It's lovely being here. Of course, it's a Thursday, 6 p.m. London time. And these days, of course, on Thursdays on Operation Stephen YouTube channel, we go live. This is a Christian platform. My name is Arul Velusamy, and I'm joined here by Brother Joe in the backstage to help me, but also a number of brothers and sisters in the live chat to support us. Together, we provide a Christian platform for non-Christians to come and have conversations with us. Ultimately, our goal is to invite non-Christians to become Christians for two main reasons. One, for the sake of truth. Jesus, God of the Bible, is the only true God. So truth demands that we get to know Jesus, and there is eternity only in that God. So if we are mistaken, if we are stuck somewhere else, we need to get to Jesus. Jesus went to the cross to help us. So that's one reason, truth. The second reason is for the sake of goodness. God of the Bible is not just true, he is also good, as could be expected of God. God is good. So when you are away from him, you are not experiencing goodness. What you're experiencing, you might have you might say, hey, look, this is enough for me or whatever, but that's not what God wants to give you. God wants us to have goodness in its entirety. And that, so two reasons why non-Christians should become Christians. Just the cherry on top of the cake is this, which is the good God, who is the true God, also realizes that we are far away from him. We're messed up in all sorts of different ways. Deviant, anger, hatred, malice, pride, all sorts of problems that we have. And so in the current state that we are in, we will not have an eternity with God. And so the good God, the true God, also went to the cross. Jesus, the Messiah, went to the cross to lay down his life in my place, in your place, so we can be redeemed, we can be saved. And so Jesus did that. So if you've seen, if you've somehow come across the cross upon which Jesus hung, and if you've been wondering what that means, this is the truth, that Jesus realizes we in our state do not deserve to enjoy heaven with him, and he wants to sort that issue out by laying down his life for us, which is what he did about 2000 years ago. With Jesus going to the cross, we can have eternal life. Without Jesus, we cannot have eternal life. So if you're wondering, what about my religion, other religions, whatever, Islam, Indian religions, and various other religions, all of these religions are false religions. They do not represent God. In other words, remember I said truth, all of them are not true, not representative of the true God. And in terms of goodness, all of these will have flaws, some more than others. Islam, we understand, is one of the worst cases in world history of a religion, fake religion. But that's not to say only Islam is bad. There would be all sorts of issues with other religions also. So that's the backstage for us. That's the backdrop for us. If you are not a Christian, I would invite you to join the stream to engage in a conversation soon after I pray and get things sorted. Just to be clear, who do I mean by non-Christians? The obvious groups: people who follow Indian religions, people who follow Islam, people who follow Rabbinic Judaism, people who are atheists and agnostics, people who follow all sorts of other religions. But maybe not so obvious is the other groups, people who follow Roman Catholicism, people who follow Eastern Orthodoxy, are also invited to join, because these are also, in reality, when you understand the very structure of these religions, these are also not true historical Christianities. These are contra Christianities. With that said, to set the stage up, I'd like to pray right now and comment this time in God's hands, and then we can begin getting our guests on the show. In the meantime, if you want to join, if you have the link, Brother Joe might have put the link up. If you have the link, you are most welcome to begin queuing up in the backstage. There is a gentleman already in the backstage, but if more people want to join, you're most welcome to do already. But I'm going to pray right now and comment this time in God's hands before we start. Father, we come before your throne of grace. You are a marvelous God. You are a spectacular God. There is no speck of darkness in you. We look at history, beginning with of course, at the right at the point of creation, but going up to Noahic flood, we see a downward spiral of human beings. But later, after Noahic flood, you choose the patriarchs of the nation of Israel, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Subsequently, during the time of Moses, you choose the nation of Israel, oppressed, slaves, forgotten. You come and save them, deliver them. Through your power, you redeem them, save them from the superpower of the world at that time, the Egyptian kingdom. And from there you deliver, give them a nation, and give them a law to live by. Lord, of course, we saw that Israel clearly weren't um, in complete obedience, yet you love them so. Even today you love them so much that the promises of the Torah, there are many promises of the Torah and the Tanakh which are yet pending, and you have been faithful to the extent we see after the nation was all over the place since the time of Jesus. Lord, you brought them back not long ago, and you have again made them a nation. What a marvelous testimony. Gods have come, gods have gone, but Jehovah, God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, is still relevant in human history, and he occupies center stage of human history. So thank you very much for that. And of course, you sent your precious son Jesus, who went to the cross for us. So Jesus went to the cross. Yehovah, Yeshua went to the cross for us, Jesus. And you, Lord, gave up your life for us. And through you, nations across the world from outside of Israel, we can look forward to seeing an eternity with you. Because of the blood that was shed upon the cross, everyone in Israel and everyone outside of Israel now can be saved. Thank you. What a marvelous plan. And today, Lord, of course, there are all sorts of religions out in the world. And today is a good opportunity to engage with non-Christians. Take care of this time, bless this time, take care of all the entire proceedings of today. Take care of every person who shows up here. Let us have meaningful, productive conversations. Take care of all things. In Jesus' precious name, we pray. Amen. Amen. Before we go any further, of course, I'm going to ask people to like, share, and subscribe. I think Sister Estowell has already said that, but I'm also going to thank everyone who is working hard in terms of getting our stream um, productive, useful. I'd really like to thank everyone. I already saw Garden 26 UK Life. I know there are a number of people who always support us financially. God bless you. For those who are not supporting us financially, but you are also of immense help. I'm deeply indebted to my precious sister Estowell, but of course our new old brothers, but brothers who are beginning to do things in an official capacity, who are, of course, Brother Wisdom and Chaos and Brother Knight. Thank you very much to you. And of course, we always have our members who also support us in a spectacular way. Garden 26 UK Life is a member. You have Brother Dilip, who is a member of our channel. And there are other members. Trying to see who else have joined today. There are many more who, Sister Kritika, thank you very much. for being a constant source of support. Also, I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to everyone. I'm really, really sorry. I'm sure if you are supporting our work, I'm sure you'd appreciate. Given that many times I fail to acknowledge all your hard work, but please remember, I stand here. I stand at Speaker's Corner, but there are many who know personally that I wouldn't be able to stand here, and I wouldn't be able to stand at Speaker's Corner without the support of many more people, both at the times when I stand, and also outside of those times. So I'm deeply indebted. Our family is deeply indebted. We are really grateful to all the support that everyone offers. So please accept our sincere thanks, and also accept our sincere apologies if we fail to show gratitude in an obvious manner um, over a sustained period of time. But we are deeply, deeply grateful to every single person. Thank you very much. Now, also, of course, our lovely non-Christians are a very important source. It's lovely to see you, True Indica. That's lovely, lovely to see you. Thank you very much for your support also. And there are many others who I'm seeing in the backstage. I can see Sherwin. If you have any question, you're most welcome, Sherwin. Please to join the stream. It'll be hard for me to keep track of the live chat if people begin to show up in the backstage, which there is one gentleman already in the backstage. So please jump on the stream to engage in conversations. Could I please invite everyone to take 1 or 2 minutes to like the stream right now, whether you're watching from YouTube, Twitter, or Facebook. Is it like or heart in different platforms? If I could request everyone to take one minute or so to do that, and perhaps actually quickly comment in the live chat that you're doing, that would be marvelous. Now, just so everyone is aware, Christians can join if you have good questions that you'd like to find out answers for in relation to Jesus Christ, following Jesus Christianity. But for a general chat, if you're here, then we'll prefer non-Christians to join the stream. Okay, with that, let's get the first participant on stage. I can see someone on stage, someone in the backstage. Let's get him on stage. And hello, Jabaraj. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
Yeah. Hi, Arul. How are you?
By God's grace, okay. How are you doing?
Okay. I'm very glad that I connected with you. I just follow up in YouTube. And am I audible?
Lo- You are. Lovely to have you here. Please briefly introduce yourself. Are you, what is your current worldview? Ah, uh, he has jumped, he's not connected anymore. Not sure what went wrong. Okay. Um, Lovely. If there are non-Christians who are watching the stream right now, we had some wonderful callers last week. Non-Christians, Roman Catholics, people of Eastern Orthodoxy, Rabbinic Judaism, Islam, Indian religions, atheists, agnostics, all of you are most welcome to join the stream. If you would like to have a respectful conversation, I know there are some people who don't have the ability to engage in a civil conversation in a public forum. I can already see someone in the live chat, not being able to behave properly. But I'm sure the moderators will take up that. But the point is, if you think you have the ability to engage in a good conversation, respectful, civil conversation, you're most welcome to come here, and we can engage in a conversation to find out why your worldview could be wrong, and why the biblical worldview is the only worldview which is right. who are the people who are going to come on stage? So just as we wait for someone to join, for just to let people know, if you're not familiar, through God's grace, on Twitter, our reach is growing. On Instagram, our reach is growing. On Facebook, also, our reach is growing. So if you're able to support us from any of those platforms, if you're able to, if you're already there, please do. Um, if people are not familiar with my book, The Coming Islamic Takeover of the West, I'd like to briefly mention this is a book which is available for people to acquire. In the UK, you can get a physical copy, also a paperback copy. Also, outside of the UK, it's only ebooks, ebook format. We have made this book available. So if you want to acquire, if you want to understand in an authoritative manner the violent political ideology of Islam, which is, pretty much the very core of Islam, I would say something like, should I say, 40-50% of Islamic doctrine corresponds to this violent global political ideology. How to take over the world. If you want to get an authoritative knowledge of that, this is the book. You might have seen debates, you might have heard some parts, some things said by a few different people, but the reason I wrote this book is that I realized there is no authoritative guide in this area, which deals with the Quran carefully in a watertight manner. For me, the key thing is, when you understand what this book says, long story short, any Muslim anywhere cannot deceive you into thinking your conclusions are wrong, because this will give you a well-rounded, authoritative, watertight case for why Islam has a global takeover agenda. So that is, someone says, it says there will be chop chop. That is true. But many times, what I had seen before I sort of got on top of this is that I've heard many verses being said from different places, but I've always seen Muslim debaters, imams or whoever, at least when speaking to a non-Muslim audience, I've always seen that they give some sort of an excuse, some sort of, oh no, we've misunderstood this, or the context is different, whatever else, various kinds of ways in which they they um, they um, deceive the readers of the Quran into thinking that the Quran is some noble book and not the horrible book that we have gotten to know as. And so this helps you get a watertight case. And if you read this and if you understand, I'm not saying everyone, I'm hoping the book is easy to read, but I did actually get uh, a few different people giving me feedback in a few different ways. But um, long story short, I trust it's readable, and if you are able to read and understand a watertight case, and you will be some of the best experts on the political ideology of Islam. Now, Brother Joe also briefly showed another book, which is the good news. This is my second book. This is actually my the book on Islam, The Coming Islam. This is my third book technically, but this is my second book which is available in public, because my first book is not yet available in public. ignore that that was a book on sort of Bible study on the book of Genesis, pre-Noahic flood or up to Noahic flood. And my technically my second book, but the first book in market is this, the good news. This gives the historical case, partial historical case for Jesus. But because this is to defend Jesus, this is Christian book. It'll be made available free. If you want a free copy, you can email us to acquire a free copy also. But I think on Shopify it's a nominal price ebook. The ebook is at a nominal price, but we are deeply indebted to all sorts of different people, including to God, and therefore, as much as possible, we'd like to give things for free. So the other book, the good news, is free for those who want to email and get a free copy. So if you want to email and get a free copy of the good news book, uh, email. The email address Brother Joe is showing here. Okay, lovely. We have Chota Tesla in the backstage. Let's get Chota Tesla on stage. Hello. Hello, Chota Tesla. Chota Tesla, I think this, I think maybe the last time you joined, it was a smooth sail. But from what I remember, the first few times, we always had issues with audio. And I think that's what we are having right now. Can't hear you. You're not on mute, but we can't hear you. Chota Tesla. Okay. The Chota Tesla, please sort your audio out and return. Dane, how are you doing?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm good. How are you? Arul?
Yeah, by gosh, it's okay.
I'm
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just asking, how's Greg? I haven't seen Greg in a long time.
Greg hasn't been. Greg isn't working with us these days. He was busy with a few things, and so he had to. I know things changed. A few different variables changed in his life, so he has to step away for a while. There's no active plan for him to return
I see.
anytime soon, but I shall let him know
Yeah, I
that
wish him well. He was a good co-host.
he is a lovely man. He is a lovely friend. How are you doing? Please briefly introduce yourself. I do remember, I think vaguely, I remember
Yeah,
speaking to you in the past.
maybe. Yeah, I used to watch and interact a lot more, but not as lately. But I'm Christian, so I don't have any nothing to. I was just wanting to call just to see. I was wondering if you have any more debates coming up. You had some debates with Jake. I forgot his last name, but then you
Yeah,
stopped. He canceled 4 or something, and then you have no more scheduled.
we have no more schedule currently. We would like to get debates organized. We tried a number of people so far. I'm talking about maybe the last time we tried was maybe 2-3 months ago, and we tried, and back then people didn't show uh, interest because of course the Muslims were running away. um, but who knows, we will be trying again. I think in the yes sometime soon in the next week or so we'll be starting a new phase in our ministry. We're trying a few different new things now that we are on Twitter and we are on Instagram also with a reasonable level of following. We might try again, see how things go.
Okay. And one more question: do you have any
Sure.
theories about the flood, like how it happened?
Worldwide flood.
Yeah, I believe it
uh,
happened, but I'm just curious if you believe in plate tectonics, or how do you think it happened?
um the no not I mean pre the Noahic flood, from what I can see, I can't see the existence of plate tectonics pre-flood.
Mm.
um, Pre-flood was a perfect world. It wasn't a world like what we currently have. Many significant things seem to have changed. The Bible, as a matter of fact, Apostle Peter, when he refers to the time pre-flood, he actually calls that. I can't remember if in reference to that or in reference to the world we live in. He says either old world or new world, respectively. I can't remember which way he goes, but clearly drastic changes have happened during the flood, enough to be able to call that one the old world and this one the new world. Uh, Geographically, things have changed tremendously, and so I don't think plate tectonics would have been there. But although I'm this is guesswork, I won't be trying to defend this as a scientific theory or anything. What I can say is that um, clearly based on historical evidence, whatever, it seems to have happened worldwide.
I agree. Have you heard of the hydroplate theory, where there's a
Is it
layer of...
the
Oh, you
yeah
go on.
the water layer uh, water layer above us? Is that what you're talking about?
No. It's so there was a water layer below us,
Bill,
and
okay.
then there's the Earth crust, and then regular seas above us. And then when the great fountains of the deep opened up, it was the crack in the crust, and then the water from below burst out from the top, and that was the rain for, I think it was 30 days or 100 days or however long the rain was,
For
and
40
then
days,
flooded
is it
after
40
that.
days? Yeah.
It's an interesting theory. I don't know. I was wondering if you had heard of it.
The name rings a bell. But then I couldn't remember the details. But long story short, it's really hard to clearly, confidently assert,
Yeah.
the details. Clearly, there was water from above us, water from beneath us, apart from rain, as we know rain to be. So three separate sources of water, three distinct sources of water.
Where do you get 3 from? Because this theory says the water above is just the like it would have been the seas back then, and then the waters below would have been this little layer of water underneath the Earth's crust. And then
I'm merely going by what the book of Genesis actually says. The book of Genesis actually says that there was water from the deep, from
yeah.
and it also talks about how there was water from above also. I can't remember the exact wording right now, but there was water from above apart from the regular rain. So it actually, I don't know if that doesn't ring a bell, I can quickly bring that up. Genesis chapter, where is it? 9, 8 or 9? No.
I think you're talking about 9, yeah, or maybe 8 or 9.
8. Maybe even 7. Sorry, 7 maybe. Genesis 7. Okay.
So from my theory, well, not my theory, but the theory that the hydroplate, it says the word for expanse is rakia, I think you pronounce it.
Mhm.
And then that has the meaning of like being spread out or nailed out. And then, as I believe, it would be the Earth's crust. God would create the Earth's crust spread out over the water underneath, and then there would be water above. So the Earth's crust separates the water into two. But I would like to
Yeah,
hear
I'm
your...
merely I'm merely going with the very literal reading of this. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the second month, the 17th day of the month, on that day, all the fountains of the great deep were broken up. So there are fountains from the great deep. And then it says, and the windows of heaven were opened, and the rain was um, on the earth 40 days and 40 nights.
Yeah, I would believe the fountains of the great deep would be the water below the crust coming up, and windows of heaven open would be that water raining back down, and then that would be the rain for 40 days and 40 nights. Because I think in earlier Genesis they say there's a mist over the surface that provides water for the plants, not a rain.
Yeah, prior to this, it was I think in Genesis 2, when it explains why the plants hadn't grown, it actually says the mist yet hadn't
Yeah.
been there. So yeah, but yeah, these are things we can
Yeah, I don't know. It's
speculate a little bit.
relatively irrelevant, but I just find it
Yeah,
interesting and wanted to have your opinion.
sure. Thank you very much, Dan. I can see a couple of other people are in the backstage. It was
No
lovely to
worries. Get
speak
to
to you.
them. Lovely to speak with you. God
Thank you
bless.
very much. God's blessings. We'll
Yeah,
catch up soon.
take care.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Take care. Bye 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 bye. Praise the Lord. Hallelujah. So we have a couple of people in the backstage. Who is the non-Christian? Let's get Chota Tesla. Please speak. Let's see
Am I
if we.
audible?
Yes, this time you are.
Hi, how are you?
Hey, by God's grace. Okay, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Haven't seen you in a
Uh,
while.
yeah, I try to stay away from streams. From most of them, I got kicked out.
Okay, not to be tempted to watch all the watch for many hours.
Yeah, and I am really surprised to hear today's conversation. It talks about flat Earth theory. If I am not wrong, just the guy Dean that was discussing that we have water above our earth and water below, as above as below.
Yeah,
I think he is talking about the flat Earth theory. Is it
not
somehow
flat Earth.
possible?
Not flat Earth.
Don't
No.
you think kind of what the model of universe that science present today is does not match with what he was saying that we have water above us?
No, okay. Well, I. Long story short, not. I don't think he was asserting a flat Earth. I don't think. I could be wrong because I know, of course, I didn't have a full conversation with him. But not in my awareness. I don't think he was talking about a flat Earth. We were talking about how the world was different pre-Noahic flood. And I think what we were talking about was to do with there being, the entire morphology, the entire structure of the let's say the solar system or the entire universe being very different before Noahic flood. That's a very different. I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think we were talking about what I wasn't talking, and I don't think he was either talking about what you have in mind. The Bible won't permit a flat Earth theory. But
Okay.
let's focus on where did we leave off last time? Do you remember? Was it with you? I was discussing. I can't remember. Was it with you? I was discussing that you would provide a case for
It's
the
been a while.
morality of.
Even I don't remember.
Did we discuss about morality of Hinduism? That was a new, was it?
Uh, I don't think so. I think we were
Okay.
discussing, if I remember correctly, I'm not sure. But this was one of the questions that I put up that, like, uh, UK is trying to fight Islam. That is a foreign ideology to the ground of
We,
UK.
yeah.
Okay. Similarly, didn't India or Bharat have the right to fight any kind of foreign ideology, whether it is Islam, Christianity, or anything like that? Because it is foreign to the land and the culture also. This was one of the questions that I put up earlier,
we
if
we
I
we
remember correctly.
we discussed that in detail. That I remember. I
Hmm.
said if I multiple things are going wrong. Point number one, the point with the UK is not that we are trying to fight an ideology because it is foreign. That's not the point. The point is we are fighting an evil ideology, an ideology because it is evil, whether foreign or native. If something is evil, it has to be fought. So I think yeah, but I can completely see there are many Indians who are misunderstanding uh, the fight. And this is why if you focus on, if you carefully pay attention to my conversations on Islam, you would find out, and many other people's conversations on Islam, many Christian conversations on Islam, they're really saying, look, you are evil. I don't know what you're doing here, is the massive discussion. Unfortunately, Indians have caricatured sometimes, and I'd like to correct that. Number two is that therefore this the example of the UK would not facilitate the Indian Hindu nationalist mindset, because that's not what is happening here. It doesn't matter whether a good idea is foreign or not. If it's a good idea, it has to be accepted. If it's a good piece of information, it has to be accepted, whether foreign or not. Likewise, it doesn't matter whether an ideology is evil or not. It doesn't matter whether an ideology is foreign or not. If it is evil, it has to be rejected, even if it is native. And so trying to see a similarity between what is happening here and what is happening in India, based on the idea of something being foreign or not, is not. I have rejected that. I think I made that point very clear last time. Point number 3 is, unfortunately for the Hindu nationalists, what they may not realize, because they are utterly clueless, most of them haven't studied history properly. They're brainwashed, because Hinduism is also a brainwashing religion. What they may not realize is most of Hinduism is foreign. Hinduism is foreign. Whether you talk about the temple-based Hinduism, whether you or you talk about Sanskrit literature-based Hinduism, these things are foreign to India. These are not native to India. So the idea that we're fighting some foreign from India, this is just this reveals the ignorance of people. As a matter of fact, I think I might have made this point that the gospel of Jesus reached India before any form of Hinduism was prevalent in India. So those are points I made. I think this I remember, but what I don't remember is whether you told me that Hinduism also is morally a good system of morality. I don't know if that was you, and I challenge. Okay, in that case, bring some material to demonstrate how Hinduism is a moral system. Was that last part with you? I can't remember.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Okay, maybe that was
because
with
I
someone
do
else.
not remember anything like this. But let's take this conversation forward in
Sure.
terms of morality,
Sure.
which can be translated as dharma. What is a dharma? Doing the right thing, even if the situations are against you, is dharma. Doing the right thing. It does not matter, saving the life of a weak one, or sacrificing yourself for a greater good, or things like that. Anything can be dharma. Saving somebody or doing anything just for a cause that can help everyone. I think similar education also appears in different religions also. And I think that is what religion actually teaches everybody. The guidance of morality is a base of a religion. If a religion cannot guide morally, it cannot. Yeah, I don't think so. It should become a religion. I
Sure.
agree with you.
So here is where I'm going to ask you. I understand the word dharma. That's the word belongs to a language, not a religion. And there are similar words in different other languages. But I'd like to find out from you whether any form of Hinduism actually provides a reasonably comprehensive system of morality. So please take, this is the challenge I had given to someone, I can't remember who. Please take any aspect, any strand of Hinduism, any strand, any version of Hinduism, and tell me how the morality defined, but you need to go to the source material. Morality defined in that version of Hinduism is, you know, uh, reasonably comprehensive and helps a society, um, societies, have a good framework of life.
Now, this is where actual complexity comes in Hinduism, because it's not dependent on one book, it's not dependent on one god, it's not dependent. And I definitely understand that you are asking about morality. There are some practices which absolutely some sects of human beings, or Hindus also do not like what other Hindus are doing, because there are some practices like this.
Chota, I want to
Mhm.
stay focused. We have about 5 minutes. We can, if we make good progress, I'm willing to make it even 10 minutes. But I want you not to. This is waffling. I want you to remain focused. What I want from you is, you are
Mhm.
suggesting
Mhm.
Hinduism has a more moral framework. You are suggesting.
Yes.
I am here. I am hearing, based on my evaluation, you are wrong, and I'd like for us to therefore focus on that topic. I don't think Hinduism has any moral. I don't think Hinduism has any reasonable moral framework. So if you disagree, and if you think some version of Hinduism has it,
Arul, you
please,
might be.
please, please, please begin a conversation. Don't tell me we depend on multiple books. Start somewhere, please. Begin.
Arul, this is a sophisticated conversation. Here, I don't want to put out every complexity that is present in every religion or
Start
between
somewhere.
human
I look
beings.
at Chota. I'm really not interested in wasting time. Start somewhere.
See,
Tell
this
me
is.
a few bits of information about morality that you can acquire from a few different books that you have in your mind. Start somewhere. Let's begin. Let's not waffle on, waste time.
See, let's talk about then Gita itself. It's a book
Sure.
about morality, right?
Good.
Here it's been said that whenever it is required uh, for you to do the right thing, uh, you should, now in that context, there are a lot of things that is being said in Gita. Okay. And s- I don't think so. It should not resonate with anyone, because by birth, if we have to do the right thing, ultimately we will all take the same decision.
No, this is waffling on. Look, clearly, Chota, clearly, people don't agree on what morality is. Clearly, we don't. I'm not talking about the word. I'm talking about the substance that goes behind morality. Clearly, this is why there are problems all over the world. People clearly don't have an agreement. What is right? What
I
is
got
wrong?
it. I got it.
Yeah. And
Actually,
so
people
I
are
am
being taught
focused.
different things.
I am. I am focused on you providing Hindu morality, taking one example, as taking begin somewhere, but go to the source material and tell me what is Hindu morality. Ultimately, I'm interested in finding out if there is anything called Hindu morality. That's what I'm trying to find out. Is there
Right,
is
right
there
out,
anything
right out.
anything
Mhm.
called Hindu morality,
That is dharma.
which is fit for purpose? This is
That is
what
called dharma.
this is what I'm ultimately. So you understand my goal. So please help me, give me some details of Hindu morality, please.
Yeah, that is called dharma. That
Okay, that's
what
the
are
word.
dharmas?
Yeah, that's
Yes,
a word. Please move beyond the word. You've mentioned multiple times about the word. The
yes.
word is not.
What
The
it
word
means? Now
doesn't
you want
belong
the
to a
of it?
religion. The word does not belong to a religion. So don't claim the word for a religion. Dharma is
But
a word which is in a
yes, it
language.
is. It is. The word actually exists in the religion itself. Does any kind of word
Look,
exist in?
religion. Excuse
Yes.
me.
Just
Chota.
listen me.
Don't,
Listen me out.
don't look, Chota. I'm
Dharma,
real.
does this word exist in Islam, or does it exist in Christianity?
Dharma.
Does not exist, right?
Don't answer a question which you've asked. You've asked,
Okay,
I'm
go
answering.
on. Please go on.
Dharma is a word in a language as much as God is a word in a language. The word, for example, the English word God, if anyone wants to speak, he can use the word to refer to whoever he has as
Uh,
deity.
I will say that
Don't cut me
God.
short, please don't cut me short.
Yeah, go on.
This is a very simple point. Don't hang on to a word. A word belongs to a language. So please now get to the actual religion and help me understand what is the dharma of Hinduism, please.
That following the dharma itself is Hinduism.
But what is it? Following what? What? Give me details. Or what are the aspects that are covered in dharma of Hinduism?
In dharma of Hinduism, it has been said that every life is sacrosanct.
Every
Everybody,
life is
yes.
okay. Okay, fine. Every life is sacrosanct. Okay, is what it says. You're saying okay.
Hmm.
What else?
It says doing the right deed, even if situation is against you.
Okay. Yeah.
And have a peaceful life unless and until you see evil. You should go and you should definitely fight for it also. Fight against it. Yes. That's as much as simple as it is.
So every life is sacrosanct. Doing the right deed, where you haven't yet defined what we were beginning to define what the right deed is. We're beginning. It needs to be
Absolutely.
defined.
That's a
Even if
subjective thing.
situation, it's not it cannot be a subjective thing when it comes to defining morality. You have to that's the entire idea of morality, where you should be able to define it objectively. Even if situation is against you, have a peaceful life unless and until you have to fight for it. So
Unless you see evil and you should fight it. That's it. As
have
simple
a
as that.
peaceful what is peace? You haven't defined. Unless you see evil and have to fight against it or something.
Yes.
You haven't defined what evil is. You haven't defined what fight is. So where are you getting? Okay, so this
So
is at the
these are
core
the
of.
questions you are asking now. If you want me to define every single word out of it, we can go through that also.
Chota, maybe because you have been brainwashed, you don't even understand that I am helping you right now in an area where you should have awareness, which you clearly don't have. I am helping you right now. The entire uh, conversation, I'd like to comment. You're a precious friend. Of that, there is no doubt. But what I'm trying to help you understand is clearly, if I ask some basic, what is your morality? What is your morality? People like even include people like you are struggling, and I have to sort of begin to drag things out because you don't even know what that means. Merely stating I do the good stuff. Even Osama bin Laden would say that I need to do the right stuff. No, Osama bin Laden, don't think Osama bin Laden ever said I need to do the terribly wrong stuff. That's not what he did. If that's what he did, he wouldn't be religious. He was extremely religious. He wanted to do the right stuff. except what he called the right stuff is clearly what we would consider to be wrong stuff. And so the point isn't to use statements such as, I want to do the right stuff, I don't want to do the wrong stuff. That any reasonable, any person who is not nutter would say. But the question is, what is the right stuff? What is the wrong stuff? That is, answering these two questions is the very core of morality. So when someone asks, what is your morality? They should be able to say, well, these things are right, these things are wrong, which you haven't yet gotten to, which means you are following a brainwashing system, thinking that you have a sophisticated system of dharma, when you clearly don't even know the meaning of the word in terms of practical reality. This is the problem I'm seeing. This is the problem I'm seeing with many people who follow Indian religions. They're so hung up on defining the word dharma as if that would somehow define what morality is, i.e., what are good, what are bad, not having a clue that their religion is utterly clueless in terms of providing a reasonably comprehensive picture of what is right, what is wrong.
I suggest you that's as definitely that's what Arjuna asked Krishna in the Mahabharata, and that's what Gita is written for. That what is the right deed and what is the wrong deed. The
But
answers
you
to those.
struggled. The question
See,
isn't please
that
don't do see. That is
uh,
the only
if you let
question
me
I've been
finish.
asking, and you could not begin answering. So now you're
I
suggesting, Arjuna, tell me, according to
Hmm.
Bhagavad Gita, what is right, what is wrong?
Yes, that's what is explained in that book.
Yeah, but I but do you know, don't you know?
Yes, that's why
Yeah,
I'm
if you don't,
letting you know also.
don't do running commentary. I'm asking you a simple question. You're failing to answer. If you know what the book says, tell me what is right, what is wrong according to Bhagavad Gita. Tell me.
See,
But
it's
begin answering.
maybe more than 500 plus pages of book. Uh,
But you're
Definitely, we
not
can
beginning to
converse.
answer. Could you begin answering or not? If you
I'm
can't,
saying we can have a conversation about it. The starting of the book is like this: that when Arjuna sees that his own brothers and own
whoa,
family.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Wait for a second. Let
No,
me
no,
finish.
don't wait. No, we have run out of time. Look, I am really not interested in hearing a fancy story. I'm really not. Muslims tell me fancy. Everyone wants to tell a fancy story.
See,
And no, don't do see. Please, I'm really not interested.
Jesus is
Okay,
a story.
Don't, please. Asking a simple question, if you can't answer, just at least agree you haven't got a clue. And you already go to Jesus. Jesus is marvelous. People came to him and asked him, what is right? Tell us the greatest of commandments. Jesus said, love the Lord your God with all your heart, soul, and mind, and love your neighbor as yourself. Love your neighbor as yourself. And upon which the entire law and the prophets hang. Two statements. And the two statements already self-sufficient based on the historical context. Self-sufficient, and already begins to get to the depth of what the world has seen as morality. This is Jesus. And you want to reject Jesus based on some other ideology from which you haven't got a clue as to what morality is. And I had to spend 15-20 minutes to help you understand what the question really means. You really don't do see. Please take a nap. When you come back next time, be prepared. Come here, begin to give answers. What do you stand for? What is right and what is wrong? Very important. If your religion doesn't begin to help you understand this, you haven't got a religion. It's very simple. With God, ultimately, we're dealing with morality also. If you cannot begin answering, you have been brainwashed also. So, Chota, next time when you come, jot down notes, the question which has been asked. I very much think that perhaps I asked you this last time, but maybe I'm wrong. When you come back, you need to provide an answer. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. I didn't ask you this. Maybe it was someone else. But clearly, uh, you need to not mislead when you don't have answers just because you want to defend. You need to be sincere and help us understand. Okay, who is the next non-Christian who wants to join the stream? I can see Pebin is in the backstage, but Pebin, I think from what I remember, you are a Christian. Who is the non-Christian who would like to join the stream? Non-Christian, please. There are, like I said, two specific reasons why I think everyone should be a Christian. Number one, truth. God of the Bible is true, the one true God. Number two, good. God of the Bible is the only source of goodness. He defines it, he lives it. He defines what evil is, and he protects us from evil. On these both accounts, there are other religions. Truth, they're not true. Demonstrably from God, you cannot with any other religion. Number two, goodness. No other religion comes close to the biblical worldview when it comes to morality, even by a long, long distance. I challenge people of Indian religions, including Buddhism, I challenge. Certainly, clearly, of course, if you're a Muslim, don't even try, but you can try. So if you're a Muslim who's watching, and if you have paid attention to our recent videos, and if you'd like to challenge me on any of the points discussed in one of the recent videos, you're most welcome to join the stream. But the only requirement when you join is that you need to engage. I'd like to have meaningful engagements. If you don't know, you should be able to say, look, I don't know, whatever. And so who is the non-Christian who would like to join next? While we wait for the next person to join, could I please invite everyone who is watching us? There are about 100 people watching the stream right now. Could I please invite all of you to, if you haven't done so already, to like our stream, so many more would be made aware of the fact that we are streaming currently. If you're on Facebook or YouTube or Twitter, like or heart the stream. Thank you very much for all the good wishes. Here. But please, if you're able to like the stream currently, that will be lovely. Who is the non-Christian who'd like to join? If you're not, last week there were maybe 2 or 3 Muslims who joined. Hiram, I think Hiram, and 1 or 2 more who joined. If you're a Muslim who's watching, and if you want to engage in a meaningful manner in relation to Hami, Brother Joe says last week, if you want to engage in a meaningful manner on the points I have made at Speaker's Corner, or even the contents of the book, The Coming Islamic Takeover of the West, you're most welcome to join the stream right now, so we can engage in a reasonable conversation. Someone says no brains required. That's not true. If you join the stream, you need to engage. You need to engage. Who is going to come here? I can see someone who has just joined. Brother Joe, could we take the guest on stage? Hello.
Yes, sir. I'm Arul, sir.
Yes, you are. How are you doing?
I'm fine, doing great, sir. I'm just watching your videos and your conversation with the Muslims. That is a very strange and a loving way that you are preaching and defending the Christianity in the most of the Muslim circled areas and the persons. So I'm a Christian, sir. I'm from India.
You are a Christian, you're saying?
Yes, sir. I'm a Christian. I'm
Okay.
from India. Sir, I just want to know one thing from your side. So they don't know about the Muslims, especially Muslims. They don't know about the meaning of love and the sacrifice, because they don't. I don't know what they believe in love, what they believe in sacrifice. So they are just worshiping a moon and a star. So how can we? Can you please give me a suggestion or any in your experience, how we share the love of Christ and how we introduce Christ to the Muslims from our side? It's depending of our faith.
I think if you watch my conversations, I think you should have a rough idea of at least what I think should happen. There are different people who engage on different levels, but I'm engaging in the way I think is the most effective. Very simple. In relation to what you've asked, I want to introduce Muslims to Jesus. I want to introduce Muslims to the love of Jesus. God is love. God of the Bible is love. So I want to introduce them to God of the Bible, Jesus, and love at the same time. But I think one of the things you'll find when you begin interacting with Muslims is that they are brainwashed.
Sir.
Islam is one of the most sophisticated systems of brainwashing. It's violent and evil, but as part of the evil system, one thing that you need to understand, it's a sophisticated system of brainwashing.
Sir.
You know, with any of the brainwashing cults, what would happen is they will refuse to engage in conversations in topics that you choose. They will refuse to engage in a logically valid conversation. They will refuse, because if you follow logic, if you follow truth, if you follow evidence, clearly their worldviews would fall apart. And so they'll have their own little tricks, which the religion, different brainwashing systems would use different tricks, which would be used to sort of keep them in a system of brainwashing. With Islam, it's just the same. So they'll have their few cheap questions and cheap answers to the cheap questions they have, and they will just stick to that. So this is where, if you want to break the cycle, which is what I try to do most of the times, if I want to break their brainwashing cycle mindset,
Sir.
I go into their territory, I deal with their religion, what they should be aware of, and I make them feel sorry for their religion. This is what I do. I say, look, your stuff is evil, your stuff is this, your stuff is that. And so once they, essentially, long story short, with this, at least there are, of course, the sincere people and the less sincere people. So different people will respond in different ways to what I try to do. And if long story short, when they see their worldview collapsing in front of their eyes, then they will open up to a sincere conversation wherever evidence and logic and truth lead them. So that this is why I start with discussing Islam.
So,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
Once you highlight these, then it's easy to say, look, the Jesus you have is not the Jesus of history. You're clearly brainwashed. This is not the place to be. And I try to explain Jesus is the very source of love.
And most of the Muslims also believe that Jehovah, the Father God, is a God, but they refuse to believe in the Jesus Christ, sir. So they just seen Jesus Christ as a prophet, like their prophet, like Muhammad.
When you get to know Islam to any level of depth, you'd appreciate they don't believe in the Bible at all. They don't
Yes,
believe
sir.
in the Father also.
Yes.
God of the
Oh,
Bible is not their God, not Jehovah included.
sir.
No, not the Father. No, not the Father. They don't believe
Sir.
in the same God. They
Sir.
they believe in an Allah. Allah is a polar opposite of the Father.
Sir. And
So they don't.
also,
Mm.
sir. And most of the thing, so their relationship, particularly their relationship with the, which means a marital relationship, that is also very strange, and that is a very when it seems like that is a sexual, which means affairitical, which means several affairs, and their sexual life is also not at their best level. So if they
They
marry
don't have.
someone,
There is no such thing called marriage in Islam. I've been dealing with this, quite consistently. There is no such thing called marriage in Islam. There is
so
no such thing called husband and wife in Islam. uh, in English, the word husband and wife, the words husband and wife mean a particular thing, because of course the English meaning of the words or meanings of the words husband and wife, they particularly carry meanings from the Christian worldview.
so
um, and so it means particular things. In Islam you don't have them. In Islam what you have is sex slavery. And this is why I keep demonstrating it. Even between Muslims, I'm not talking about with non-Muslims. A Muslim man and with Muslim women, that's not, none of that is marriage. Now, that I'm not suggesting that every Muslim man doesn't respect the Muslim woman. That's not the point. There might be Muslim couples who are really only couples with the proper marriage, but that would be despite Islam. That would be
so
despite Islam, not because of Islam. According to Islam, they cannot have uh, good marriages. What they have is sex slavery. And because of this, I'm assuming you are from did you say you are from India somewhere? In India, you observe, in the UK, we observe. I'm sure it's there all over. Anywhere Islam goes, you find women suffering. You see men, women living in misery in wherever they live, and they suddenly realize, because the man has gone to live with another lady, and he
yes, sir.
takes his turns and come. It's a life of misery. You see that all over the world in Islamic communities.
And that also their marital life and their sexual life, it shows a greater impact on their children, sir.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
That's why they
you know,
turn into a worldly life, which means they easily get brainwashed about the terrorism and attacking of their neighbors and immorality, such things.
I think these perhaps I don't think because they have a bad family they get taken into the other evil of Islam. I think they get into the other evil of Islam because they are religious, um independent of whether their family is good or bad. So I think, but Islam is out and out evil. Cool. Now tell me, please. So you are a Christian, you said,
Yes, sir.
and please. So you take the Bible seriously? Are you following Jesus properly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any? I can see someone else waiting in the backstage who might be a non-Christian. Did you have any? Did you have any further quick questions that you wanted to ask before I could move on to the non-Christian?
No, no, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the conversation. Na poet word, sir.
Say. What did you say at the end?
Na poet word, sir.
Point one. Okay, again Tamil. Okay, lovely. Can I please briefly pray for you before you go?
Thank you, sir.
Father, come before your throne of grace. Commend our precious friend in your hands, Lord. Pray for your rich blessings to be upon him. Help him, lead him, guide him, Lord, according to your Holy Spirit, Lord. Lead him, because it's very important to be in the thick of your will and serve you faithfully, Lord. Help him. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
Amen. Thank you very much, friend. Lovely to see you here. God's blessings. Lovely. Brother, okay. Hello, Gurjit.
Oh, hi, Arul. How are you?
Hey, by God's grace. Okay, how are you doing?
Good. Yeah, okay, thank you. I don't know if you can hear me. My headphones wouldn't work, so I thought I'd give
I
it a
can
try.
hear you well.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Yep. Fantastic.
Nice
How are you doing?
speak to you.
Please.
Yeah, good, good. I've seen a lot of your content and videos, and very interesting. And so I thought I'll jump on and have a chat with you.
Okay, lovely. Great to have you here.
Thank you.
So, yeah, please briefly introduce yourself first. What is your worldview, and then
So,
get.
so my worldview is I'm born and bred in England to a Punjabi family, and I kind of loosely Sikh. About two years ago, a friend of mine, an English friend of mine, asked me about the 10 Sikh gurus, and he said, "Who are they? What have they done?" and that sort of thing, and it took me off guard. So I basically said, "Well," I said, "I don't know." I said, "I know one. I know the first one. I know the last one." So what that made me do, out of a bit of embarrassment, I went and looked at all 10, a little bit about the history, just so I could, if anybody asked me a little fact or something, I can just do that. So just to cover face. And I just found them the most amazing people that ever walked the earth. I'm fully in love, and I think they're amazing. So to be honest, I just logged onto your view, and you said there was no good in any other religion. The word Sikhism is behind your head, and I thought, well, let's talk about it.
Absolutely. No, that's fantastic. This is what we want to do. We want to engage in good conversation on any worldview. So it's lovely to have you here.
Thank you.
Thank you for that succinct introduction to your worldview also.
Thank you.
Sure. So did you want to? So did you have any particular topic in mind, or did you want to speak about morality of
Well,
Sikhism?
I mean, in terms of morality, in terms of like the Sikh gurus, I always, when people ask me, I've actually grown my hair now, so I'm overtly look Sikh. I've got a turban and a beard and everything, and so I get a lot of people in my line of work. They do ask me, and I always ask them to pick a number between 1 and 10, because I can talk about the Sikh gurus all day. I love talking about it, because God is love, right? And when you say God is love, you feel that love. As soon as you start talking about them, we feel that love. And so I always say, if you want to pick a number between, we could talk about Guru Nanak Dev Ji, who founded Sikhi, and we could perhaps go through them, and you could tell me why I could give you a little bit of insight into each one if you didn't know. I don't know how much you do know, or what your understanding is.
Sure. So if you are relatively flexible, what I like to do is this, Gurjit. What I like to do is, ultimately, let me know if you agree with me.
Okay.
Ultimately, if you are relatively flexible, what I like to do is this, Gurjit. What I like to do is, ultimately, let me know if you agree with me.
Okay.
ultimately, the purpose of religion is that we get to know who God is.
Yeah.
So we get to know what is in his mind, so we can sort of relate to him. Would you agree?
Uh, yes, I'd go one step further. If you may agree with this as well, is to experience him.
Yeah, yeah.
Is to
And
experience that bliss, that divine bliss, right here, right now. We can
sure.
all do that, right?
Yeah. So clearly many more things on top, and
Yeah.
once we know who true God is, he may have some fantastic things in store for us, which is what I think is the case with the biblical God. And so clearly, of course, we're talking about many more things, but the very core, the very initial point is this: to make sure that we are actually relating to who the right God is. That's to get that right, because there are many contenders, many people claiming. So to make sure we haven't fallen for a scam,
So
but rather we.
yeah, just to let you know on the Sikh worldview. Sorry, I don't know if I'm cutting you off there. Sorry, I don't know if I'm doing
No
that.
problem. I was merely going to ask, and then
Sorry.
you can say what. So if you're flexible, I'd like to ask you the question, which is, how do you know Sikhism is representative of the Creator God? That's what I wanted to ask you,
Hello.
if you're flexible.
Oh, hello.
Hello, yeah. Gurjit, can you hear me?
Oh, sorry.
Hello, Gurjit, can you hear me?
Hello. Sorry, I've just got you back. Sorry, I think
Yeah.
I heard. How do you know Sikhism is? And I'm assuming you said Sikhism is true.
No, how do you know Sikhism? Yeah, true, but I need to clarify what that word true
Okay.
means in this
Yes.
context. How
Yeah.
do you know Sikhism is representative of God, the Creator?
Okay. So the way I would say, and I think you'll agree with this, because you do talk about other world religions, Islam and Muhammad, and obviously Jesus. Somebody gave me some very good advice. It was a friend of mine, and he said, if you want to know about a message, you must look at the messenger. Right? So if you want to trust that message, you need to know where it's come from. And so, for example, if a random man came to you and said, Arul, quickly run out of your house now, run round the corner, you might not do it because you'll say, who is this? I don't know you. I don't trust you. If your wife said to you, Arul, run out the house now and go around the corner, you'll probably do it because you trust her, you know her, and along those lines, right?
Exactly.
So
That is that's
exactly,
where I wanted to make sure
yeah,
if it's trustworthy, and that
yes.
is where the question of.
So when we look at the Sikh Gurus' lives, the 10 that were there, and Guru Granth Sahib Ji 11, but when we look at the 10, the way they lived their lives were absolutely astonishing, And I mean, you could pick we're not talking one person, we're talking 10, one after the other. There are many different examples I can give to you. Too many. There's too much. Like, for example, now ego plays a big part in people, especially if people are prostrating to you, they're worshipping you. You can imagine the ego that must be at play. If you are not from God, you're not a man of God, ego comes into all of us, right? And that's one of our battles that we're trying to contend with in this world. Each guru actually passed on their guruship. Before they prostrated to the next in order to show that respect to the next one. That's just one example. Another example is Guru Arjan Dev Ji. He's a fifth guru. You'll be quite interested in this. He was I forget the name of the Mughal emperor at the time. It's very easy Google. The Mughal emperor at the time actually asked him to put Muhammad's name in the Guru Granth Sahib Ji. He said, just mention Muhammad and we'll just let you go, and then we'll just carry on. Obviously, Guruji is saying, I'm getting this divine wisdom. This is straight from that one creator, and he wouldn't write that name. They burnt Guru on a hot plate. They burnt him, Guru Arjan Dev Ji, on a hot plate, simply because he wouldn't write the word Muhammad in that scripture. Just to be clear, I'm not calling all Muslims bad here. I'm saying that these were the fundamentalists that nobody likes. So I'm just
Yeah.
yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah. So these are just two examples. I can name hundreds. But your live stream would go on far too long. Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji, the ninth Guru, gave his life for Hinduism. So nothing to do with Sikhism, nothing to do with Sikhi. The Muslim fundamentalists they threatened to kill 5,000 Hindu pundits, like scholars, in an effort to eradicate that and convert everybody. Guruji went to the Mughal emperor at the time, and he said, if you convert me, the whole of India will convert. Not only did Guruji give his life, 3 other Sikhs gave their lives for Hinduism. And this is one of the things that really turned me towards Sikhism, towards Sikhi as we call it. He wrote the most profound with his own hands. It's called Salok Mahalla Nama. Salok, if anybody could read that, write that, Salok Mahalla 9. And basically, from a cage, he wrote this poetry, and it translates into English very well. And it is beautiful. And to do that under those circumstances, when you're just about to be beheaded, it's comprised of letters to his wife, to his mother, and his son Guru Gobind Singh Ji. So there's just so much morality about them, so much that I can't even begin. I don't know where to begin. I'll talk about it all night.
Sure. Gurjit, so just to be clear, I am not asking about morality right now.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No problem. I am asking you about the verifiability that the source of information is actually legitimate, and that's why if you pay attention to the question I'd asked carefully.
Yes.
The question I'd asked was no problem. Why do you think that Sikhism is representative of the true God? Yeah,
so I think it's true. So these are the people that wrote our scripture. These are the people. So these people doing these things are the people that's telling you, I'm getting divine wisdom from God. I'm writing it. I'm writing it under so many different circumstances. So now it's up for us to then say, okay, I believe it. I believe you, or I don't believe you. Now, that's why I believe it's true. So if they, and they also wrote it themselves, that's one thing that I think is amazing. With all due respect, Jesus didn't write the Bible. Muhammad didn't write the Quran. These are the only ones, one after the other. There is a lovely word in there that you'll hear in every so often in Guru Granth Sahib Ji, and it's called the word should. And should means when they've actually dictated it, the Guru themselves have checked it and said should. So when we're talking about authenticity and all these sorts of things, you just know it's straight from their hand, because they've written it themselves. It's only quite recent history, right, compared to the other religions. Guru Gobind Singh was about 350 years ago. Guru Nanak Dev Ji was about 550 years ago, something like that. So very well documented, very well evidenced. Recent. If you go to university and it wouldn't be under history, you'd be studying recent history. So there's quite, or contemporary history, should I say? So there's quite a lot there that you can kind of pick up on and say, well, actually, why wouldn't I agree with them? So, like for example, the Golden Temple. I don't know if you heard of the Golden Temple in India.
In Amritsar, yeah.
In Amritsar, exactly. They give away. I know Christianity does this beautifully as well. They have soup kitchens, and they give, and they do really well. So, this isn't. But the Golden Temple there was founded by Guru Ram Das Ji, the fourth Guru, it gives 100,000 free meals a day. Now, Arul, you're more from India than I've been there on day trips. I'm born here. However, you'll know that there are many people in India that need that food. And I've heard many people, homeless people of all different descriptions, in London and various places, and they say, we love the Sikhs. I'm homeless and I need some food, and I go to my local gurdwara. I'm always welcomed. The only time I've ever known of any story of anybody being turned away from a gurdwara, very interestingly, was a lady in a niqab, and she went to see Guru Amar Das Ji, the third Guru, and he said, you'll have to take this off before entering, because the sin is in the man's eyes and not in the woman's face. And that's the only time I've ever heard of anybody. Otherwise, there's 4 doors to the Golden Temple. That's symbolizing everybody is welcome. And we'll come there, just come there, we'll feed you. If anybody's listening to this and you're hard on your luck or you need something, the Sikhs will always feed you. They'll always be there. They're for justice, and this is a true Sikh teaching, and that's why I believe it's from God, because these things are prevalent in the religion. People sometimes fall short of them, I understand, but the gurus themselves, try and go straight to them as much as I can.
Gurjit,
Yes.
thank you for a reasonable for providing a case. Thank you. I think that's really good. But I must insist.
Yeah.
This does not get anywhere close
Okay.
to being confident in the complex world that we live in. But I must begin acknowledging first, I completely agree that 6 gurudwaras across the world, in various, at least the parts of the world that I have seen, are very, in terms of providing food. I know as a fact that this is the case. So that's a marvelous thing from people who follow Sikhism. So I really want to acknowledge that. I don't want to. I want to give credit where the credit is due. But so that's no problem. Now, but let's. You mentioned about contemporary history and therefore more reliable. I don't buy that case. I don't think you understand how history works. Just because something is contemporary, it doesn't become more reliable at all. Just because someone wrote something themselves, it doesn't become more reliable, or actually becomes less reliable. So all sorts of complexity involved here. But I'll keep that aside. That's not my primary objection. My primary objection is I'm focusing. I don't know if you're able to see my screen right now. I'm focusing on, let's say, the 3 examples you gave. Someone gurus falling prostrate before their successors, and being willing to die for the sake of being willing to die just to stand on a particular principle, stand for a particular principle. And then thirdly, giving life even for Hindus and so on. For a moment, let us say these are historically reliable. For a moment, that's not my main problem. So I'll grant that to you for discussion's sake.
Okay.
If I grant that to you, in the complex world we live in, where there are all sorts of contenders, clearly most of whom are fake, this doesn't wash. This doesn't get any close. To establishing that something is representative of the Creator God. And I'll explain what I mean. The gap that you need to fill in. Someone who is not from God can do a little good act here and there. Someone who's not, for example, someone who is an atheist, who maybe even swears at God or doesn't like God or whatever, can actually legitimately even give their lives, in a war zone or something.
Yeah,
or maybe
I agree.
Just because he did that, it doesn't mean every other idea of his is right.
No, I agree. I think there are probably atheists or Muslims or Christians that would be closer to God than I am at certain points, because I'll fall short. Whereas, because it's through your actions.
About being closer, because that's a long story short. My point is, even a terrorist might help. I would be utterly foolish if I thought a terrorist does not help anyone. Even a terrorist who is hell-bent on doing terrible things in the name of religion could actually, to some people, maybe his fellow Muslims or whoever, some, he may do good in the sense of maybe feeding
Maybe.
them or doing,
Maybe.
doing something. But just because he does that, it doesn't mean he's inspired of God. So
It doesn't mean he's inspired by God. Okay, that's true. That's very true. That's very true.
Exactly. And so that is where, the 3 points you've given, 3 points, falling prostrate to the next guy, being willing to die, to stand on a principle or to stand for a principle, and giving life for people of even other religions. Anyone could do.
Can I give you one?
This.
Can I give you one more point? Can I give you one more? That's very key. Actually, I missed out.
Just to be clear, when you say one more, you these 3 didn't work. But if you want to give another,
that's fine. That's fine. I'll give you one more. I'd like to. It'd be quite interesting to get your take on this.
Yeah.
So, the Gurus talked about, and it's not unique to Sikh, but they talked about. There's we call it the Dasan Dwar. It's a 10th gateway on the top of your head. They talked about this, and they said you can open it. It's I believe it's very similar to 7th chakra, 3rd eye, these kind of things, if you've heard of them. And I hadn't heard of this, and I was in the Gurdwara one day, and we sing prayers very similar to hymns in the church. I've been to many. I went to boarding school actually, and we went to chapel every Tuesday and Sunday. I used to get caught for missing it. I used to get in trouble with the teachers. But anyways, so we went. So I went to the temple. I was singing this, and I went into a divine bliss. And I'm not the only one. There's many Christians that have done this. Lady June of Norwich, I believe, is a famous one. There's a famous, I forget his name. There's a famous philosopher. He got stuck in an oven, and he had an outer body experience. I don't know if you remember his name. If you know his name, he got stuck in an oven. It was turning on, and he had an outer body experience. He wrote a book about it. I could probably Google it or something. But so I had this experience. The Gurus talked about this experience. Then I read about it. So it wasn't a confirmation bias. It wasn't I read about it, had it, and then went, oh yeah, I'm just doing what they're saying. I had it, and many people have talked about this. And we say this is the point of life. You recently did, oh no, sorry, it was Bob. I watched a video on Bob, and he talked about the Muslim heaven. I don't know if you've seen that video. And there's rivers of wine, and there's the wives, and he was claiming there were slaves and all these types of things. The Sikh version of heaven is literally that. They're saying you can have heaven on earth. You can feel this one. And when people say, how do you know it's him? When people say, how do you know that's God? That's the next very obvious question, right? Well, how do you know that's true?
No.
I think it's I think it's quite obvious. Like, how do you know that's God? Okay.
No. You are, I don't even, I'm stuck here.
Okay.
But Bob is Bob. He does what he does. I don't know what he said. Well, what I can tell you, no, for me, this is me. This is not objective way of verifying anything. Let alone trying to see the inferences.
It's not objective. It's not objective. However, it's not objective. But the best way I can describe it, when people say, well, this isn't objective, this is a completely subjective viewpoint. And
I'm not even talking about the viewpoint.
Okay.
I am pretend. I am not concerned whether you are able to explain to me. That's not my concern.
Okay.
So my comment on whether it's objective or not is not on that. You're trying to convince me. I am rather saying you yourself, when you're trying to explain, should not even be using this. This is not, people who have drugs experience bliss.
I agree.
You might be aware people who have drugs, all sorts of evil drugs, things that do terrible things to them. They experience out of body experience, all sorts of stuff, and so on. So, but just because they're experiencing something like that, it doesn't mean It is representative of God.
So the
And
best example I go back to, so to give you the difference between, say, the drugs and the and this bliss. If I said to you, do you love your wife? Would you say yes?
well, I like to love my wife.
Yeah, you say you love your wife. That'd be quite, yeah. If I said to you now, describe it to me and prove it to me, could you do that to me? Could you prove you love your wife? That you feel, because you know you love your wife, you can feel it. But how would you
You
prove
can't
that
feel.
feeling?
You can't
Pardon?
feel. This is why I said I'd like to love. You don't. I don't think we agree even on what love means.
Oh, you
Let's
don't.
keep that.
Oh, it's very interesting. You don't think you love your wife? You don't know you love your wife?
Gurjit, please. What I'm saying is love, even what it means. I think the Christian worldview differs from the rest of the worldviews. It's not a
Okay.
matter of whether I feel. It's not a matter of feelings. Most
Okay.
people feel that they love their parents and whatever. Only when
Yeah.
push comes to the shove, how self-centric and anti-loving they are will be obvious.
Interesting.
So the
Right.
feelings
Yeah.
feelings can cater to some emotional whatever. Long story short,
Hmm.
it for a person to genuinely love someone else, it doesn't happen normally. And this is why when you ask me, do I love my wife, I said I'd like to love. One of the things I learned with observing the life of Jesus, and therefore when people ask me, do you love, I say I'd like to. This is why Apostle Peter, Jesus asked Apostle Peter 3 times, 2 times he asked, do you love me? Apostle Peter said, no, I like you. Jesus asked him, do you love me? He said, I like you. And so the third time he had to lower the expectation and he asked, do you like me? And he had to say, yes, I do like you. And and so on. So love is a tremendous thing. I don't think most people love. I don't
Wow.
think most
Very
people even know
interesting.
what
Very
love
interesting.
means. Jesus said, greater love has no man than to lay down his life for his friends. And in the way Jesus laid down his life not just for his friends, but even for the worst of his enemies. This is why Father, forgive them, for they know not what they're doing. Love is denying self and acting in the best interest of the other person alone.
Could I give you an example of that? Could
No,
I give you an
but no,
example?
I don't want.
Oh,
Gurjit,
okay.
Gurjit, I'd like to get back here.
Okay. Yeah. Go on.
The
Yeah.
the idea of this bliss is
Yeah.
so long story short, even including the fourth point, you
Okay.
haven't got to in this complex world. There are many contenders. To be sure that we are on the right track, this is not sufficient by a million miles. I'll in contrast give you a simple example.
Okay.
Jesus, he died according to physical observation, regular observation. He
Okay.
laid down his life.
Yeah.
And on the third day, he came back alive.
Okay.
According to regular physical observation, no complexity involved in terms of what, quote unquote, defining what bliss is and this and that. A dead man coming back alive with a prolonged period of time, with a reasonable period of time in which is around, let's say, 3 days between these 2 points. Now, with this, now we are talking about evidence. Clearly, dead people don't come back alive. Ordinarily speaking, they don't. Particularly after 3 days, they don't. And that is where here we are dealing with clearly what is superhuman, or in other words, general parlance, supernatural. And therefore, that would be representative of God in an objective manner. I'm not trying to say to convince others, even to convince ourselves, that we should fall for.
So if
But
somebody disappeared into a river for 3 days, just disappeared. They went for a bath in the river, came back 3 days later. They said, "Oh, he's drowned," and 3 days later he came back. Is that similar? Is that the same or not?
if there is a historical case,
Demonstrably, as you said.
if there is a historical case for the fact of for all the what I'm assuming you're implying, that the person was in fact inside the river and that he is meant to have died and that he comes back alive.
So if
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 there is
you
a historical case.
there is. So if you look at obviously I'm not gonna be able to give you that all of that right now, and it'd be very arrogant of me to think I'm gonna change people's worldview, and neither do I want to be honest. I love talking about this theology, and so my view and my aim and your aim is very different at the moment. Your aim is to perhaps make me Christian and to show me that, and I know that's from a place of love. My if you can love, I don't know, now we're talking about definition of love,
I'd like
but
to
I know in genuine, I don't mean that in a horrible way. I'm genuinely saying that. As a Sikh, my goal is for you to be closer to Christ after this, and for me to be closer to my Guru. And basically, the reason I'm saying this is Guru Nanak Dev Ji actually, he disappeared into the river. They said he drowned. The only person that said he hadn't drowned was his sister. Said he can't. It literally said my brother can't drown. He reappeared after 3 days. This is very, very evidenced. There's Muslims, there's Hindus, there's people of all different backgrounds that have written about this. And he said, his first words were, "There is no Muslim, there is no Hindu." What he's trying to say is religion is irrelevant. It's what you do in order to become closer to that one creator. There's one creator. So when you say demonstrate your God, what we would say is, so for example, I've got many different nicknames. My parents will call me one thing, my wife calls me another, this, and that's what he's trying to say.
Gurjit, please, let's be
Yeah.
clear. I completely understand you have a particular objective. I have a particular objective. But
Correct.
the point is, you have failed in your objective. That's my point.
So you're not closer to Christ?
But not because of you.
Okay.
I'm not trying to say this arrogantly. What I'm saying is, the conversation we've had, if there is any benefit in that particular conversation, in the conversation we've had, the benefit should be Gurjit now understands what commensurate evidence is needed to claim that something is representative of God. That's the only outcome. That should be the only outcome. Gurjit, God bless you. I am not clearly. Sometimes when people for inadequate cases, it may show the fact of how they are innocent. Sometimes, I don't know your particular case. What I'm rather saying is, anyone claims many people can make.
Could I ask you, Arul? Could I ask you, please? Where does language come from?
Gurjit, one second. Let me finish the previous
point. Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Carry on. Yeah.
So the point is, looking for commensurate evidence is needed at all times. We do it in every other area in life. Unfortunately, though, when it comes to religion, people give up on asking for commensurate evidence. It happens everywhere else. When buying an Apple iPhone, clearly none of us would want to give 500 pounds, maybe 1,000 pounds to someone who shows up on the street with an iPhone, thinking that's a genuine phone, thinking that's a non-stolen phone. You know what I mean? We don't do it with anything else, with the silly iPhones, or maybe buying a motorcycle, or buying a regular bicycle, or buying a car. None of us, at least we try our best not to fall for scams. But when it comes to religion, they suddenly lose this level of questioning that is needed, which is really a symptom of the fact that there are many brainwashing systems out there in the world.
Why do you feel? Because obviously I know you've spoken about Islam, that you've spoken about, Muhammad would have done this because he wants land and he wants money and things like this. In your view, why do you think the Sikh gurus will have, like, it's yours? I mean, I don't even want to say the words, to be honest, but you're calling them liars. So why do you feel they would lie?
I'm not. I
Well,
haven't gone
you
there
are.
yet.
They're saying that what they're getting is directly from God. They're saying, I'm getting this directly from God. I'm giving it to you. Um, there's many different
In
scriptures that they've written
i-
that
in
that
that
go,
claim, in that claim, yeah, in the
yes,
claim that in the claim that they are
yeah, they're
directly
getting this.
getting it from God, they are wrong.
Yes. Okay.
By that
So
fact, their ideas are lies.
yeah,
Whether they fell for I'm not commenting
yeah.
yet. I'm not commenting yet. Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, the 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 thing is, there's many different historians that have written about the Sikh. There's no evidence of, because like we're talking about evidence, right? There's no evidence of them trying to take over people's lands, trying to steal, trying to do any of it. None, not one.
Yes.
You please.
Sure.
There's
I'm not contradicting that. I'm
yeah.
not
There's zero.
challenging that at
Guru
all.
Guru Gobind
Can
Singh Ji.
can
I'll
I
give you.
provide one challenge? I think this could be a good exercise for you.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
one challenge is just focus on this claim. You said this is all well documented or whatever. Just focus on this claim. You said someone went to the river and came back, and you wanted to present that as a situation similar to the death, burial, resurrection
Well,
cases.
I actually think it's the most powerful thing that's ever happened
Sure.
on this
So
earth ever.
I comment to you. This is my challenge.
Hmm.
This is my challenge. I comment to you to bring the let's deal with that as if it's a forensic case, like a case. Let's say we are two police officers
Okay.
working on this case. Someone has paid for whatever reason, has paid us to find out if there was anything supernatural that happened here or not.
Hmm.
Yeah. And let's say our lives depend on it for whatever reason.
Yep.
In that manner, as a friend, let's do this together. And I
Yeah.
comment to you my conclusion. You would be surprised. So that's
Mm.
going. Do you think that's a good challenge you can take up?
I've done it. Arul. I can,
Sure.
because
So
just remember that I before 2 years ago, I look very similar to yourself. Brown skin, short hair, nice hairstyle, very thin. When I see you, like this is one of the reasons, not one of the reasons, but this is one of the beauties of Sikhi. When I see you, I know you've got. I genuinely believe this. I believe that you are doing what you think is best, and I think that you would help people because you have God in your heart. I genuinely believe that, but I will need to talk to you to find that out. Yeah, is that correct? Yeah. However, because I don't know your character, I'm looking at you from a distance, I'm seeing you, or will this guy help me, will this not? When you see, and I tell this to everybody who's listening on this live stream, when you see a man in a turban and a beard, he's a Sikh, overtly a Sikh, he's probably armed. He's probably armed because Sikhs are legally allowed to carry concealed. He will help you. What he's doing, he's like a policeman. He's trying to distinguish himself. So Guru Gobind Singh Ji
Gurjit,
said, just one
please,
second, just
but
one
this
second. Just let me
no no but
finish
no
the
no no
very
no no no
simple
I
point.
no
It's
no
none
no
of
no
this.
no 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 no
You,
this is not this is not serving the purpose of our conversation. I'd
okay,
like for you long story short, Gurjit, please, I
yeah,
comment to you this challenge. You said you have done a beauty. A great thing we could do is we do live streams every Thursday.
yeah. I see them
Why
every
don't
so
you
often.
bring this up?
Yeah,
Why don't you bring the evidence up next Thursday? Right at the start, we'll jump into the deep end. We're focusing
mm,
on the simple case of whether there was a supernatural thing, and
mm,
obviously observed and verifiably attested supernatural activity
mm.
in the
That's
case
fine.
of. Yeah,
It's fine.
let's do that.
I mean, yeah. Okay, so because I know I can feel it's just wrapping up. I'd love to just ask you two questions on Christianity, just because it's
Sure.
very interesting, and maybe you can shed some light, and
Sure.
we go from there. One is, I don't understand. So in Sikhi, we don't have the concept of the devil. We don't have this. We just have, there is one creator, and he has all the power. But obviously, I know that in Christianity there is the devil, and he was an angel that fell from heaven because he wanted to be God. Is that correct? Like he wanted to be a god or something?
Yeah, he
Lucifer,
wanted to compete against God.
something like that. Yeah. I'm genuine question. So he's
Sure.
fallen from heaven, and he's in, and God has created hell for him. Is that right? Like
For the fallen angels, yeah.
for him, yes. And then he's done that. My question is the devil real? Is the devil a real? Because do you believe in the devil, or like, and his powers, or do you just to me that would be a bit of an illusion?
No, the devil is a real spiritual being.
It's real.
Does he have? It's a real spiritual being. He used to be an archangel. He used to
Hmm.
be
Okay.
before the fall, and so he is not just a real human, real spiritual being. He used to be also one of the most powerful archangels. Are sort of after God, some of the highest ranking angels.
Mm.
Arch meaning the king of angels.
Okay.
So or the chief of it. So he used to be that, but he currently clearly hasn't been judged completely. He hasn't been judged, but he is restricted in his ability these days. So he, in terms of things that he could access, is much restricted these days. But there is going to come a judgment eventually. Is he as so he is a real being, but is he as powerful as before? No, he used to be,
So
not anymore.
the reason I say is he an illusion is because God being all knowing, all powerful, outside of space and time, these kind of things. Obviously, God knew this story is going to play out, right? Before it's played out.
And I disagree.
Okay, interesting.
So and but you may actually find many Christians agree with you, but I
I don't
disagree.
know. Yeah, I mean, this is just.
I don't think omniscience I don't think omniscience. I don't see omniscience in the way you see, and I don't see omniscience in the way most Christians see.
Okay.
I think they have borrowed the idea from non-biblical mindsets. This is not how omniscience works. God would have known that as a possibility, but the reality is, when he chose, he had free choice and he had to choose, and when he chose, he was.
Would you call God all-knowing then, in your view?
Yes, everything
But
that is real, he knows all the time. But
but
things of the future,
he doesn't know the future.
he doesn't know Harry Potter either in person.
Well, does he? But the devil is real. Harry Potter is not real, but the devil is real in your worldview.
Future is not real until it
The
happens.
future is
So
not real.
where we differ, yes, future is not real. Future as a paradigm is true, but the future points in time are not real until they happen. When they
Okay.
happen, they become real. So in other words, our disagreement is
Interesting.
not yeah. So if you understood what I've said, our disagreement is in terms of how we see future pan out. I stick to rigorous biblical presentation, and even in the you said God is outside of time and space. Even in
Yes.
the realm of being outside of time and space, the biblical presentation is, it's almost like there is a frame by frame movement. The Bible clearly, it's outside of time, therefore the Bible, I don't use the term time to refer to the frame by frame movement, but there is a frame by frame movement. So and so the way time dimension within creation, within the universe, is mapped to what is outside of time is frame by frame. So reality outside of time, outside of the universe, also actually progresses frame by frame as time progresses within the universe. But in outside of the universe, it's not time, it's some other frame of reference. And so
Interesting. So we obviously we would disagree, and you said even Christians would disagree. It's an interesting subject, interesting topic.
but this is not our main well our main
No. Well, this
our
is
main
a
area.
sort of thing that would perhaps because this is one of the things that I can't get behind. The devil. We don't believe in the devil. What we believe in is there's one, and we believe in
I don't think we
karma.
should talk about belief statements yet.
Okay.
Belief should sit on top of evidence. If there is
Yeah.
no evidence, beliefs don't matter. Whatever
Yeah.
beliefs are there, without evidence backing them up, those beliefs should be seen as blind beliefs, which are not good beliefs to have, but are detrimental, and that could impede
So
your way of living.
So when you say they're detrimental, one of the Christian, as I said, I did go to chapel and things. I'm just remembering from school times that when I went, and one of the things that I heard is, you know them from their fruits. You know them by their fruits.
Yep.
Is that the right one? Is that the right term?
Fruit. You know them by their fruit.
You know
yeah.
a tree by its fruits. You know its tree by
Yeah.
its fruits. That's the one. So if we look at the fruits of Sikhism, how do we judge them? They feed people, they protect people, they welcome people, they do that. So that's where you judge the tree by its fruit. They protect women's rights. You know, I'd love to have a conversation on women's rights. I don't think any worldview comes close to Sikh in terms of women's rights. None.
But okay, just to clarify, I'll begin with the last point first.
Yeah.
But you're putting the cart in front of the horse. This is
Okay.
not how life should work. You know, let's put it this way: a Muslim, I genuinely think Islam is out and out evil.
Right.
I genuinely think, and this is why I've written a book. And I have I'm through God's grace, I might write more books in the future on the morality of Islam. There are areas that I haven't covered here, the treatment, whatever. But I genuinely think Islam is evil. But for someone who's inside of Islam, many portions of Islam might appear good.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is because they put the cart in front of the horse. Because they think speaking about Muhammad, Muhammad is some noble fellow, therefore, because how can you speak something evil about a noble fellow? So they assume,
based on what I've just said, do you think Sikhi is evil? Do you think it's
so just to be clear, so my point entirely is this: no one should for their dear lives hold on to religion even based on morality. The first and foremost question that needs to be asked is this true? That's the first question. That is exactly what you explained, right at the start. You said, look, anyone can tell you anything, but you need to find out if that person is credit worthy to say something. You were asking about, so that's the first question. If that should be put forth as the first question. And that is what I'm suggesting to you. By all, like I said, even Osama bin Laden might appear kind in a few instances. And if you see a propaganda video of him, I'm not saying that's exactly what you've done. That's not my point. My point is, if you fall for 2 or 3 instances of goodness being demonstrated, even Osama bin Laden might, have tick marks on his resume. That's not the right way to do things.
Bear in mind, Arul, when I went looking for the Sikh Guru's actions, I've been bought and bred up in a very Christian way, and in the Christian.
I doubt.
No. When I say a Christian way, I don't mean a Christian way. Sorry. Let me rephrase this. Sorry. With a Christian moral framework, because this country has been. I'm nearly 40. So this country has been Christian. I was brought up in what I always call a very racist little white village. We were the only Indians there, and we got on very well, but we had some scraps and whatever, right, back in the day. However, I went to church, I went to chapel, I was exposed to this. I know the Lord's Prayer, Our Father and art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. I know all these things. So I'm not saying I'm a Christian, I'm not saying that, but my framework, and that must be within my mindset, when I was looking at the morality of these Sikh gurus, that must play a part. Are these guys moral or not? Now, your morality, that's why there's Christians and the Muslims and the Sikh. Well, the Sikhs are a bit different, perhaps, but I know Christians and Muslims will never agree, because the morality is very different. The moral standard, the moral moral compasses in different directions.
I think we are barking up the wrong tree right now. Very simply, that would be irrelevant. What I'm saying is, we did have a conversation, and going through the points you have raised, I can tell you this is nowhere close to the evaluation you should do to find out if something is of God, representative of God or not. You haven't come
No,
close.
this
And
this
that is my point. Now, earlier
yeah.
you said by their fruit you would know. You have misapplied.
Oh,
Maybe you heard Christians do whatever, and maybe that's where you picked that idea from. By their fruits you would know was never meant to be used in the way you have used. That
oh,
was
okay.
meant
Sorry.
to. That no problem. Please don't be sorry. That was meant to have been used between two quote unquote Christians, both of
Mhm.
whom say the right stuff.
Okay.
Both say the right. It's meant to distinguish, meant for people to distinguish between wolves in sheep clothing and real sheep, both of which are references to people inside of the church. And so
Okay.
the point is, they say the right stuff. So theoretical claims are all there in place.
Right.
Now you're looking to find out if one of them is a wolf in sheep's clothing. And for that, you look at the substance. They've said the right stuff. What are
Mm.
they doing? And
Yeah.
that's how it was. Jesus meant that not to be used in other places. So in other words, he's not saying, look, if someone is slightly morally okay-ish, then go. No. First things first, like I said, the reference example, Jesus died, came back alive. This is black and white for anyone, regardless of religion, current religious
Mm.
persuasion, black and white. Someone was dead, someone came, and he came back alive. Properly evidenced, properly testified. To an extent, today, this is one of the best
Could,
attested histories. And
could,
my challenge to you is, if you study side by side this with the claim of going drowning in a river and coming back, I would comment to you that you would find that Sikhism would not stand up to scrutiny. That's my point.
well, we'll agree to disagree on that part until I bring some evidence.
Absolutely.
Then we
But this is
we
my,
can talk.
this just so you understand my mindset. Yeah, please.
Yeah. No,
Yeah,
that's
that's it. Yeah.
absolutely fair enough. Absolutely fair enough.
Yeah.
So have we still got time? I'm finding it fascinating talking. If you
It's fascinating. There are a couple of people in the backstage.
if you
We have actually run out of time already.
okay.
We know 15 minutes, 20 minutes. But did you have one last thing? Maybe 1 minute we can
One
go.
last thing. What?
Yeah. Or
One
you can come back next time and then
one
we'll.
last thing. Let's talk about. Okay. Let's talk about Jesus dying and coming back alive. And again, I think like it's different because I'm not a debater, so these are genuine questions that are quite. I'm quite curious to hear your viewpoint on them.
Absolutely, you're my friend, so please, please go ahead.
Yeah. So, did Jesus, as far as I know, it's half truths that I'm almost remembering. I'm trying to remember. Did Jesus forgive and bless people while he was alive? I believe so, but
Yeah,
he did. If that's the case, why did he need to die to forgive the sins of humanity? That would be my question. Like a question.
He essentially forgave out of his if I could use the example of money,
Okay.
he essentially forgave from out of his pocket, out of his generosity he forgave, out of his
Yes.
authority he forgave. But
Yes.
that doesn't mean in a court of law on final judgment day, when someone, let's say Jesus forgave, let's say Jesus forgave me, which he did. Yeah, let's say
Okay.
I was living at the time of Jesus, and Jesus says, hey Arul, you come here, I forgive you, go on your way,
I'm
and
sure he
whatever.
would. I'm sure he would.
He through God's grace, now he does. He forgives. Jesus is marvelous, but that, like I said, but the focus is to make sure we're dealing with God, and that is the first
Yeah.
point. Where
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah.
he forgives. Now he sends me on my way or whatever. But on Judgment Day, the question that would be asked is not merely whether Jesus forgave me or not, but the question is whether the people who are offended by me, let's say I slapped a couple of people, I kicked a couple of people, will they be happy? That's the question that needs to be asked. For them to be happy, Jesus saying, look, I forgave them, would not work. That won't be enough. And that
Oh.
is where Jesus had to say, look, I forgave them, but I paid for his offense against you. That is the cross. So the cross is to pay for my offenses. Pay for my offenses. Once he pays for the offenses, he can forgive me, as opposed to saying, look, I have paid for you, you pay me later. He didn't say you pay me later. He says you are forgiven. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sort of. So
So very simply, very simply, Anthony owes money to someone.
yeah,
Um, uh, I come in and say, oh, Anthony owes 500 pounds to you. I give you 500 pounds. That's the
you give
payment.
it for him, Anthony. Yeah.
Yeah, I give. Well, Anthony owes money to, let's say, Bilal, and so I
Okay.
go to Bilal, give the 500 pounds. Yeah.
Okay.
So Bilal is now fine. He was
Yeah.
owed 500 pounds. Now he has received his 500 pounds. That's fine. I could still say, Anthony, look, I paid on your behalf. You should now give me 500 pounds. I could still say that. Also, or in other words, or I could say, don't worry, Anthony, you don't have to pay me. Those are two choices I have.
So
After
in this
paying Bilal.
context, yeah, okay, I sort of understand a bit more. So in this context, who is the Bilal between? Who is the Bilal who is owed money between Jesus and the world? Who is that one that has his hand out? Who has the handout saying
Everyone.
you need to do something?
So we remember, this is, we don't look at this on the scale of world level. We look at it individually. So I am
Okay.
Anthony, Arul. God,
Yes.
Jesus says he forgives me. You don't have to, Arul, you don't have to give me that money. I am
Yeah.
forgiving you. And the Bilal, in my example, or
Mhm.
everyone who I have offended, like maybe my wife I've gotten angry with at some stage, my neighbors who I was, whatever, I have offended various people in my life.
Mhm.
All of those who were offended, they themselves might need forgiveness for the offenses they have committed.
Mm.
But on my behalf, in the case of my offense, for my forgiveness, Jesus is essentially paying for all those who I have offended through his own cross.
Yeah. Okay. That it's an interesting concept. So my thing is that Jesus, I as a Sikh, I kind of looked at it. We do, we don't disagree with that Jesus died on the cross, and these kind of things. But the thing is, we don't see why he needed to die on the cross, where he could forgive sins in the living. Does that make sense? So if he's already
No,
forgiving sins,
on two counts.
If he's already forgiving sins, you go to him, Arul, and and he's saying, "Look, Arul, I forgive you. It's fine. Hand on head or something, like that." And he'll cure people's vision, things like that. He cures people's vision. He did that alive. So then, why die on the cross in order to
Because the forgiveness has to be legally valid. Can you imagine me? In the example I gave you, like I owe money to someone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I owe money to someone.
Okay.
Can you imagine some third party coming and saying, Arul, I forgive you for, in relation to that loan? The person to whom I owe money will laugh. Look, who are you to forgive? This is a loan that Arul has acquired from me. Until I am paid, it's not legally tenable. So some third party coming and forgiving me is which is what you are advocating is illegal. It's not illegal. It's not legally tenable. It's not. That's not forgiveness. That's not legal forgiveness.
So what this is a bit where I'm struggling. I'm grappling. So there is no in our worldview, God or Vaheguru or whoever is not beholden to anything or anyone. He is the legal system. He is morality himself. So therefore, do you see what I mean? So there's nothing that he needs to answer for. Oh, I'll make sure that you're
You know
okay
what I
because
call that? You know
God.
what that
God.
I'd call as the illegal,
Okay.
dictatorial, arbitrary authority. That's what I'd call that. This is pretty
Okay.
much like a dictator showing up somewhere and say, "Oh, I'll do whatever I want to do." No, God. This is the beauty. This is one. You've hit jackpot. Even talking
Yeah.
about morality right now,
Yeah.
which is God. God, the true God. The true God's morality is impeccable. It is impeccable, and the impeccability of the true God's morality is also in the fact that he will never use his authority to assert things.
He will
Firstly and
never.
foremostly, his morality would be in place and agreeable to everyone. That's the so in other words, you are using authority. The guru is, he whatever he says, that's it. No one can question him anymore, is what you're suggesting. And
That's right. Yeah. That's exactly what
that's
I'm saying.
evil.
Well,
That's evil.
well, it's not. They can't question him anymore because Sikhi is a thinking man's religion. It's not about I'll read this and that's
No,
it.
no. What I don't mean in a question in the sense of, how dare you ask a question. But what I mean is,
Yeah.
if that's the end of the morality, what I mean is, it doesn't stand up to scrutiny. It's clearly flawed.
What's the legal framework governing God? That's what I'm asking. This legal
The
framework that he's answerable to, what is it?
Any legal framework that he has, which clearly has the attribute of morality to itself, should be superior to ours, not inferior. If someone in this world tells me, "Oh, he owed me 50 pounds, but some third party came and forgave, and now I'm suddenly left, look, he owed me 50 pounds. See, now he's going away thinking he doesn't owe me anything anymore, when no one has paid me that money. This is clearly moral, this is a scam, this is cheating, this is criminal. This won't work even in our worldly morality. By worldly, I don't mean agreed upon by people in Afghanistan. They can take properties, they won't answer. But I'm talking about people who are reasonable. Reasonable morality, this won't work. How much more it shouldn't work in a
Yeah.
superior level of morality,
I
which
I
should be
I
from God.
I disagree. I agree with you that it wouldn't work in this because we are so flawed. So in this human life, we are so flawed. Are we flawed? We are all falling short, right?
That is Gurji, please, no, now you really need. This is very simple to agree with. Please, very simply, my say very simple. Look at, put yourself in the shoes of someone.
Yeah.
I don't even want to argue about this. Is for me is straightforward.
Yeah.
I would
Likewise.
perhaps
Likewise.
leave this with you as a homework. If
Yeah.
someone offended me, like punched me or beat me up big time,
Hmm.
and if some third party comes and says, "I just forgive you, you can go, do whatever," I'll feel that as serious injustice. It's very simple. It doesn't matter
When when
who the
would you
third
feel
party is.
that?
In
Are you
every
in heaven
possible
feeling that?
scenario, in every possible scenario,
So
that would be injustice.
let's say I wronged you. I wrong you. I do something horrible to you. I would never do that. But let's say, not intentionally. Let's say I wrong you. You're not happy with me. Now, God needs to work to this legal framework in order
Gurjit,
to make sure that I'm
Gurjit,
sufficiently
last apologies,
punishable.
Gurjit.
Forgive me.
10 seconds we lost you. Please repeat. So
Oh, sorry,
let's say
sorry,
you
sorry.
wrong
I'll
me.
try. Just try again. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
you
Let's
wrong
say
me.
I wronged you,
Yeah.
and God needs to work to this legal framework to either forgive me or punish me, however that's going to be. If let's say he didn't do that, at which would you feel wronged in this life or in heaven or in hell? Where would you feel that?
Wherever it is relevant.
How would
If
you know
if
that?
if what do you how would you know that?
But how do you know? Does it?
That question would be irrelevant. Whether I know or not, okay, so is irrelevant. My point is, if the offense committed against me hasn't been resolved at my end, and yet someone decided, "Oh no, there's no more offense pending," I would see that as injustice, whether I am able to remember it or not. Whether I am beaten up, black and blue, that I can't even remember that anymore, or whether I am taken to some other realm so I don't remember. None of those things matter. If
Okay.
I had an offense against me, if that wasn't resolved, any system that tells me move on would be hugely unjust. In contrast, even between human beings, I'd like for that to be resolved. With God of the Bible, it happens, and that is why he went to the cross. Anything else, when the payment hasn't been made, which is the case with the Islamic Allah also. By the way, Sikhism, if you study history carefully, emerges out of both Hinduism and Sikhism.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
Islam
That's a
in
very.
history.
That's. I'd love to debate. That's a very, very common misconception. Very common, but very,
we,
very wrong and very poor.
we can discuss this in detail, but
We can definitely.
that's a minor point. That's a minor
Okay.
point. But the point is, Islam claims a similar thing. Oh, God can just forgive, and that no. The offense has to be paid for, without which anyone who forgives is an unjust dictator who uses his authority to enforce, much like how dictators do in this world. Gurjit, it was a pleasure speaking to you. Could I
Yeah.
invite you, but most importantly, let's focus on the verifiability. So I invite you to join next week. In the meantime, if you want the historical case for Jesus, I can send you. Just you can use that as a reference point.
Yeah. No worries. I think I've got I speak to Christians regularly. I find them very good to speak to. I really enjoy it. I didn't, I've come in with the best of intentions. I really enjoyed the conversation. I
And so
appreciate
did
your
I.
demeanor, and thank you for having me. And I hope I've shown you some good and how Sikhs conduct themselves, at least. Although I'm a poor example compared to some, but we've given it a go. And I'll be more than happy to come back on, and we can discuss Guru Nanak Dev Ji. There is I'll just leave you finally with this, so then perhaps to set up for our next one. There is our scripture says Sabtu Vadda Sat Guru Nanak. That says Guru Nanak is the highest, he is the truth. So that is saying quite a lot. So we'll have to evidence that
No,
to you next time.
no, that doesn't say much. That
It says a
if
lot to me as a Sikh. It's telling me
to
he is the
you,
truth.
to you, Gurjit, we for right now I don't want to, but next week when you come, if you fail in the case of establishing the supernaturality, then what you are saying here says only negative things about you. Long story short, evidence is the first thing.
That's fine.
After that, assertions and over emphatic assertions. Evidence is the first thing.
That's absolutely fine. I tell you, we could do top trumps. We can go. You give your evidence, I'll give mine. You give yours, I'll give mine. We'll see who goes the longest. And
Sure.
you're 100% better debater and a far more clever person than me, I'm sure. So we'll see how we get on. I'll need the guru on my side.
Gurjit, I won't compete you on debating ability. I don't compete with anyone, as a matter of fact. Even with Muslims at the park, I
Yeah,
try to help them as best as I can, to help them
yeah.
understand what the question means. I don't act as a debater. For me,
No.
what matters is, as fellow human beings, to pursue truth, to find out where the truth leads us. And so when you come along, that's how I'll behave with you. I'm working with you. I'm rooting for you, and to find out, together to find out, essentially which case stands up to scrutiny. This is my.
And
I'm not arguing. I won't be
yeah,
arguing. I'd be trying. This is a quest for truth, one person at a time, with one person at a time. That's how I see it.
yeah, absolutely. Very, very interesting.
Thank you.
I really thank you. Thanks so much. And
Likewise.
but I don't. Just so you know, I'm not doing a no show. I think next week I am working. So hopefully the week after.
Please, yeah, if you
Yeah,
please remember, put that in your calendar, especially if it's
yeah,
not next week, put that in your calendar. So the week
yeah,
after that, so you don't remember. This is very important. Like you'd be aware, Gurjit, this is very, like, we are dealing with, of course, we are dealing with the very verifiability of what we have bet our lives on. And so
absolutely.
please come back. It'd be lovely
I will.
to
Nice to
take
speak to you.
the conversation forward. Lovely to speak to
Thank,
you. God's blessings. Thank you very much. Bye
nice to
bye.
speak to you. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. Bye. Thanks. Bye.
Bye bye. God's blessings. Bye. Lovely. Cool. So thank you very much for that. Now we have 3 people in the backstage. Brother Joe, who's next? Apologies that went for a while, but I think Gurjit
Hello,
wanted to. Hello, Tempmail. How are you
can
doing?
you hear me?
I can. How are you doing?
I'm not able, your voice is not audible. I'm sorry.
Can others hear me? Is everyone okay with my? Yeah, I can see John nod his head from the backstage. Thank you, John.
I'm not able
Lovely.
to hear anything from your side.
Temp mail, it seems to be. I can hear. You can't hear.
I'll just rejoin.
Sure. We have a couple of more people in the backstage, so hopefully John is in the backstage. Thank you very much, John. I hope you'd be waiting for some time, please. I can see another gentleman before. I don't know who came before, who came after. Maybe Joe, could you please let the free? Okay, so you've already given the order. Temp mail, Thinker, and then John, I'm assuming. Hopefully we can go through this in quick succession.
Hi,
Hello, Temp mail.
am I
Can you hear me?
audible?
You are audible, although I can hear myself also. There's a bit of an
Okay.
echo there. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I can now.
Sure. Now is better. Please go ahead. Briefly introduce yourself.
Yes. Actually, I wanted to keep my identity anonymous,
Sure.
but I will just tell you that I'm from India,
Sure.
and I really like your content on YouTube. I
Sure.
just came across your content last month, and I really like the fact that you are really brave in what you do.
Thank you. Thank you very
I'll
much.
not go into
True.
the details,
Yeah.
but I really like whatever you're doing, and somewhere you are spreading awareness about some things, and you're helping. Uh, your I believe your goal is to help as many people as possible. If I'm
Yeah.
not
I
wrong.
want. Yes, I want to help individuals who I'm speaking to.
Yes.
I want to help
Yeah.
individuals who would listen, and I'd like to
Yeah.
help nations
Yeah.
to understand things about Islam and so on.
Yeah. So you're based in UK, right?
I am in the UK. Yeah.
And your voice has reached India, so the you have achieved your goal. So
Thank
kudos
you.
on that.
Thank you. Thank you much. Through God's grace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Please go.
So
What is your current worldview?
yes. So actually, I'm a strong believer in God. I'm a strong believer in Creator, but I don't follow any specific religion.
Sure.
There are some reasons for that, and that those reasons are very personal. Uh, I just like you, I also believe in evidence, not just any literature, but also the scientific evidence. So I am very skeptical when it comes to believing in something. So I was born and brought up in a Hindu family. So my parents are very religious. They practice what every Hindu in India practice on daily basis. I have never followed that religion throughout my life, and my parents are okay with that because I believe that religions are created by humans. All the religions were created by humans, and the conversation or the all the goal of every religion is to find the truth about the creator or the god. But
Yeah.
I believe the truth is beyond human perception. This is my first topic of conversation that I want to discuss with you. I believe that it is beyond human perception.
How did you perceive that?
I'll give you an example, just to like you can understand it better that way. See,
Mm,
I believe that
Actually,
the
if you don't, please, you don't have to give me an example. I'm. How did you perceive? Did you perceive that? You're saying truth is beyond human perception. The question is, did you perceive that?
I believe I know that there is a creator up there, but I surely I know this, that the pathway to find the path of the God is beyond human perception.
Yes. The
We
question
we
I'm
cannot
asking you is,
perceive
did
God.
you perceive it? Did
No,
you perceive that the
no,
pathway is beyond perception?
no.
So, if you did not perceive, how did you arrive at that conclusion?
Uh, you have a point, but the point I'm trying to make here is, based on the scientific evidence, it is pretty clear that the whole concept of religion and God was created by humans only, not any
Okay.
creature,
Let's
not any
focus
creature
on.
other than humans.
Sure. Let's focus on that. So, but you saw how your earlier point is self-refuting, to claim that. So we'll keep that aside. So
Hmm.
all religions come from merely humans. Demonstrate that for uh, uh, the biblical worldview. Demonstrate that for Jesus.
Okay, so I'll be honest with you. I have not read about the religions to that extent, but I have some idea about the religions as far as
But
I know.
no, my dear friend, please. You are saying all religions are. Uh, are created by human beings, and by that I'm assuming what you
Hmm.
mean is that they are only humans, they are made up only by humans, and therefore I'm assuming you want to imply that they are not representative of God. I'm assuming that's what you want to imply.
Yes.
And so my question to you is, if this is a conclusion you've arrived at, please talk to me about details that you've used in relation to Jesus Christ.
In relation to Jesus Christ, not in specific relation to Jesus Christ, to
Okay,
be
talk to
specific.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see the problem? You've arrived at a conclusion in relation to Jesus, but not without evidence, especially when you said you are very scientific. That's not good.
Uh, Basically, in my conversation, I didn't include I mean, the Christianity as a religion. I included
Okay.
all the concept of religion. So in
Did you include did you
under the
include Jesus or
umbrella,
not?
if Christianity, if Jesus comes under Christianity, and if Christianity comes under religion, then yes, it is included in the umbrella of the religions.
Yeah, but, okay, okay. So yeah, people can use different terminology. That's fine. But
Yes.
have you rejected the fact that Jesus is God? Have you rejected? You said you're rejecting all religions. Depending on what you mean by religion, whatever,
Yeah.
you might have used a different. Have you
Yeah.
rejected the fact that Jesus is God, who gave particular teaching, which is God's teaching to this
Yeah.
world? Have you
Yeah.
rejected that?
I want to reframe that, and just to clarify my side, uh, I believe that the God created Jesus.
I'm not looking for your belief statements. You can, more belief statements doesn't solve an unanswered question. I'm asking you for an answer to the previous question I've asked you, which
Hmm.
is, you've already given a claim, which is that all religions, all ideas about, I'm assuming when you say religion, you mean ideas about God. All
Yes.
ideas about God are man-made. I'm using man. You didn't use the term man-made, at least not in my. Yeah, something like that. All ideas of God are man-made.
Hmm.
Now, are you of that persuasion in relation to Jesus and what he taught?
Yes.
If so, demonstrate that Jesus and what he taught is also only man-made.
So I will have to speak in scientific terms for this
You can
question.
speak any
Could you?
terms, any
Yes.
terms, as long as it's factual, it's fine. So tell
Yes.
me, how did you arrive at this conclusion in relation to Jesus?
Yeah. So Christianity emerged around uh, when the first century started, right? AD.
Yeah, in the first century, yeah.
Yes. So humans evolved before that. Homo sapiens, before that Homo erectus, Homo habilis. Before there were early ancestors of Homo sapiens. Do you agree on that?
I don't believe in human. I don't believe in this Darwinian evolution of
You
human
don't
beings.
believe in
That's
evolution.
I don't believe in fantasies. No, that's not scientific. That's not true.
You
That's a
you don't believe
fantasy.
that
Oh, you said you
dinosaurs
are
existed.
scientific. Say again.
You don't believe the dinosaurs
Oh,
existed
I
on
believe
planet
in
Earth.
dinosaurs. I believe in dinosaurs. That's very scientific. I believe in the existence of dinosaurs, which has nothing to do with the claim of Darwinian evolution of human beings. That has nothing to do with that.
But there are scientific evidence of there were the evolution of human species originated from the ancestors that evolved from single-celled organisms. Do you believe
There's
in
no
this?
evidence. This is fantasy, big time fiction for me. This is one of the longest selling fiction. Like longer than Harry Potter series in my mind. So I don't know. I'll give a simple example. Um,
Okay.
uh, just maybe 10 years ago, maybe 5 years ago. I can't remember exactly when, but maybe 10 years ago, there was a news on BBC. There was this article which said, "Finally, we have found an evidence for how for speciation. Finally, we have found evidence in natural habitat." That this is an article just in 10 years ago or something. Finally, we have found the first evidence for an evidence, meaning the first evidence. This is nothing. All the claims about Darwinian evolution is just junk. It's not science. It's I completely agree that it is dealt with under the faculties of science in various universities, but just because that is that's dealt with under the faculties of science, it doesn't mean it is scientific. This is completely anti-evidence, debunked by various people, and so the scientific community are very well aware that this is a mafia ring. You would not believe, how scientists in the UK. I personally know of scientists from leading universities like Cambridge and so on, who are terrified. They know as a fact, say one thing wrong about Darwinian evolution, their entire career would be in jeopardy. They know it, and the reason for that, they know, is that this is a mafia ring. How they lose their entire career, lose funding from all sorts of companies
Hmm.
when you say something. So this is a mafia ring, nothing to do with science. This is fiction, mafia ring fiction.
Okay. I got your point. And I just wanted to ask you, you don't believe in Darwin's theory of evolution, right? But you do believe in existence of dinosaurs. Can you explain that? Because dinosaurs existed before the Homo sapiens and Homo erectus. So can you
No,
explain?
I don't.
Do you have any
I don't
evidence
think
for
so.
dinosaurs?
We have plenty of evidence for the existence of dinosaurs. We also have plenty of evidence for dinosaurs coexisting with human beings, both sort of biological, in terms of biological records, and in terms of archaeological records. We have evidence for the fact of how, yeah, both on archaeology and biology, evidence for of dinosaurs, what we could see as dinosaurs coexisting with Homo sapiens, or coexisting with human beings. The claim that
Okay.
dinosaurs lived, pre Homo sapiens, this is just again fictional. These are claims, and if I press you for evidence, I don't think you'd be able to provide evidence.
Okay. Because I heard you say that you believe in dinosaurs. You believe they existed, and the
Coexisted with
statement that you
human
made
beings. Say again.
coexisted with human beings.
Yes, we have archaeological records. We have biological records of dinosaurs coexisting with human beings. Yes.
the dinosaurs did coexist with other creatures, but they were not Homo sapiens. They were primates.
Yeah,
This
that's
is
a
this
claim.
is a scientific
I'm
evidence. This is scientific evidence.
What evidence? What evidence have you got that they did not coexist with human
So
beings?
so again, the after the dinosaur extinction, the early primates evolved after the extinction.
Please don't make claims. I'm asking you, what evidence have you got? You know the difference between claims and evidence. What evidence have you got that dinosaurs did not coexist with human beings?
Did not coexist with human beings.
That they were long gone before human beings came on the scene. What evidence have you got?
Uh, I'm not sure I got your question exactly.
You made a claim that dinosaurs were extinct before the arrival of the Homo sapiens. You
Yes.
made that claim. What's your evidence that they were extinct before the arrival of Homo sapiens? Homo
So
sapiens.
the literature on evolution, which is sourced from
I'm asking for evidence. Of course, there's literature on
the
all sorts of
literature,
topics.
the literature.
What literature? What literature? This, in philosophy, um, in philosophy, there are a number of ways where you can get your thinking wrong, philosophical argument wrong, logic wrong. One of those ways is exactly what you've done right now. Scholars, there are scholars who say this, scholars who say that, so you can't just say scholars say it. When you say literature on this, you mean
Okay.
scholars have written about this.
Okay.
Equally, I can show scholars who have written the opposite way. Just because there is scholarly writing in one regard doesn't mean that's not evidence. You can't argue that. You
Okay.
can't argue like that. You can't.
Okay.
You
Okay.
need to provide evidence. What
Okay.
evidence have you got that dinosaurs went out of existence before the arrival of Homo sapiens on planet Earth?
So the scientific evidence based on every book on evolution existing on the in this world, there are so many claims that prove that dinosaurs were the species that were dominating the world, and after the extinction, early ancestors of human beings evolved,
This
which
is
were
a claim.
monkeys.
I'm asking
No,
for
this
the
is evidence.
evidence.
This is evidence. You can check any
So
book on
repeating a claim
evolution,
is
human
evidence?
evolution. You can check any book on evolution.
No, look,
Any
my dear friend. Do you? This is unbelievable. Please listen carefully. Can I? Okay. By your logic, Harry Potter exists and he is
your
real.
voice is not audible again, like from
Okay.
your side.
But
The voice is not audible.
can people hear me? Hello, can people hear me? Can the
Uh,
others hear me?
I think I should join
Yes.
again. For some reason,
Okay.
you are not
So,
audible to me.
okay. We have a minute. So if you want to jump off quickly and return, we have 1.5 minutes. Please. Lovely. In the meantime, could I please request? There are a couple of other people in the backstage. It'll be lovely to get to them soon. Could I please request everyone who are here? There are about 170 people or so watching. Could I invite everyone, please, if you enjoy our conversations, if you think they are meaningful, please like the stream. If you like the stream, of course, YouTube and Facebook and Twitter can send the stream to a wider audience. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Lovely.
sorry, there's a
Can you hear me now?
glitch from my side. I'm sorry
No
about
problem.
that.
No problem. We
Yes.
have 2 minutes, a
Yes.
minute and a half, but let's make it 2
Yes.
minutes.
Yes.
Merely repeating a claim,
Hmm.
by your logic, Harry Potter would be real because there are plenty of books that talk about Harry Potter. And
So let me ask you this.
would say Harry Potter is fictional.
What evidence do you have that Jesus was God?
You've got, okay, fine. I can live. So you see the problem, you haven't been scientific. Okay, that's fine. Dinosaurs. Okay. Good question. Very simply,
Because
I'll answer.
I believe you're 40 years old now, right? 40,
I'm
45.
42, yeah.
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 So before you existed, no one knows who was the god or who wasn't, or even the
Wow.
concept of god was not clear. But after your existence, you started reading, you started seeking truth, and then you read the Bible, and then you believed in Jesus, right?
You seem to know my history. How did you? Do you know my bank details also?
No, no, no.
Well, you seem to know. You seem to think that you know exactly what I did. How did you?
Because
How, this
this
is
was just a
scientific. You said you're a
perception.
very scientific man. How did you arrive at this conclusion? You said I lived and I just read the Bible and I thought it was true. How did I arrive at the where what? You are scientific, so help me understand. How did
I
you?
This was my hypothesis.
But you presented that as truth. You seem to be well qualified to become part of the mafia, the Darwinian evolution mafia.
No, no, I just
Presented.
wanted to have a conversation.
Sure,
I'm just
sure.
seeking a good conversation, productive
Lovely, love.
conversation.
No,
Yeah,
you are a precious man. I
thank you.
God's blessings to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, no, this is not how I arrived at this truth. For me, it was multiple strands of evidence. I have audibly heard God. I'm not saying that to you for you to be convinced. That's not my point. But I am
Hmm.
saying, just to give you a brief idea, I
Hmm.
have audibly heard God in my life. Even just to give you an
Okay.
idea, I'm not asking you to take just because I heard. I don't want you to believe in that. That's not my point. My point is just to give you an idea. I have experienced God in a few different ways in my life, which solidifies my um, knowledge of Him, not belief, knowledge of God. I know Him to be Jesus. I know Him to be Jehovah, God of the Bible, and I know Him in terms of His character, in terms of His truth, and so on, to a fair degree. So, okay, now, but when you ask me in our conversation, of course, we have run out of time now. Just 30 seconds to
Sure.
briefly introduce as a homework, particularly in human history, Jesus in human history, including for you, He died and He came back in a verifiable manner. Today, there are
Mm-hmm.
artifacts that you can scientifically approach. These are
Mm-hmm.
historical artifacts that you can scientifically approach. And by that, I mean with a critical mind approach and analyze as if it's a forensic case, which people have approached as forensic cases in a couple of different regards in relation to Jesus. Jesus died, came back alive. The explanation
Okay.
for a dead man in a particular way, died on a Friday, came back alive on a Sunday,
Mm-hmm.
and the context involves some particular details. Roman authorities involved, military apparatus
Mm-hmm.
involved, so on. Particular details. I have written a book, by the way. I can send you a copy of the ebook. If you email me,
Sure.
I can send you a copy of the ebook. It gives you
Sure.
details of the case. Long story short, there's no explanation for that dead man coming back alive apart from the
Mm-hmm.
fact that this is God.
Okay.
That's a long story short.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'd like so if you email me, please, the email address
Sure.
Brother Joe is showing up. Please, could you
Sure.
email? I can send you. It's only 100 pages or so,
Sure.
so it's not a long read.
Sure.
This is a book I wrote, I think 10 years ago or so. If I were to write this today, it'll be a little bit different, but a little bit out of date, but still gives you enough meat
Mm-hmm.
to start.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Could I
Very interesting.
expect your email, and then we'll you can join next week
Yes.
after
Yes.
you give it a little bit of read. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Could I
Thank you.
please briefly pray for you before you leave?
Yeah. I just need 1 minute
Sure.
before I leave.
Sure.
Can I get 1 minute?
Sure.
So basically, there is a line in Rig Veda, a Hindu scripture. I just want to recite that line if I get your permission.
But why?
Just as a closing note from my side.
Maybe not. Please, you can.
Okay.
Please not. I don't see Rig Veda as a source of information on God. And
Okay.
so not. But I'm not trying
Okay.
to be
Okay.
against.
Let's forget about Rig Veda. I just need to tell something from my side. Is it okay? Let's forget about Rig Veda.
Well, if you, yeah, I mean, is it something useful?
Yeah.
If it is,
As a
please go ahead.
friend, I like
Sure, go
just
ahead.
give an opportunity for to a friend. Okay. So there is a saying that even when nothingness was not there, something existed, and that something was God. So you believe that before the existence there was nothingness, right?
No, I believe in God.
Okay. So you don't believe that nothingness didn't exist.
God eternally existed.
Yes, that's my point. But even in the nothingness, God was there. What was before the nothingness, which is
There's
beyond
no,
imagination, beyond human
no, no,
perception?
no, no, no,
That is
no,
God.
no. There's no such thing called before, because God was always there. But I can't even say was always there, because we're talking from outside, talking about outside of time. So, long story short, the point you've made, anyone can ramble on. I'm not suggesting you are rambling on. Anyone can say something and think they are making. No, I need information from authoritative sources, and Jesus is that. And so let's talk about that next time when you come. Jesus can tell
Yes,
me and I can
sure.
listen. Anything he says would be meaningful to pursue. But anyone else who says anything, I'm not interested. Who cares?
Okay, no
But
problem.
uh, yes, I care as a fellow human being, but at some stage we should be able to say, look, between us we can agree. Look, you don't know God. The source
Sure.
doesn't know God. We need to follow. We don't have. I know I'm 42. I don't know how old you are. I don't know how
I'm
long
30
I'm
years
going to
old.
live.
I'm
30.
much younger than you are.
But you're much younger than me. But no, none of us know how long we live, and therefore let's get to the meat, which is God, as soon as we
Yes.
can. That's it. Let's not
Yeah.
waste time. But so please come
Yeah.
back. Please email me for me to send you a copy of that good news book, and
Sure.
then
Sure.
let's take it from there. The email address is here. Please, I look forward to your email. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was
God's
great
blessing.
talking to you. Yeah.
Lovely talking to you. It was a pleasure. Thank you very
Yes.
much.
And thank you for giving me the opportunity, and thank you for giving me your time. I really enjoyed the conversation.
It's my pleasure and privilege. You are precious,
Yes.
and speaking to you is my duty, my
Yes.
pleasure, and privilege. Thank you very much.
And please don't stop uploading videos on Operation Stephen YouTube channel. I really enjoy those videos.
Through God's grace, through God's grace, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
God's blessings. Bye bye. Bye. Lovely. We have a couple of other people. Think, how are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good, Arul. How are you?
Hey, by God's grace. Okay. Uh, I should know who you are, but I have
Yeah,
forgotten.
yeah,
Yeah, please
yeah. I'm called
briefly
by the
remind
name
me.
Thinker, and I'm from Hyderabad, South India. And
Yeah,
I have talked to you before, and I
I
have
do
come with a
remember.
couple
This
of
is why I should have.
questions. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
I remember
The
speaking
last
to
time
you
the
before, but I
question,
can't remember exact
yeah, it was a
the.
complicated question that I put before you. That was, if I recall, it was about why God ordered the Israelites to kill the innocent children,
Yeah,
and we
yeah.
talked about that, and we have come to a very good conclusion, which was quite a good conversation to the audience as well, and it ended well.
Thank
If I
you.
want to
Thank you
remind
very much.
you. And
Yep.
to continue the same thing, so I'm a Christian. I'm a very good Christian. But I'm also traveling as an agnostic, because
You are.
Christianity is the
Say again.
only.
I am travel. What did you say? What are you as an agnostic?
I'm a Christian, and at the same time, I have a bit of agnostic feelings traveling within
Sh-
me. Um, so I'm sure that only in Christianity it is possible, unlike any other religion. So why I am agnostic is you'll be knowing. You'll be knowing in the conversation that we are speaking, that we're going ahead. And first of all, I would like to appreciate you with the work that you're doing, and I'd like to inform you and congratulate you that your videos are, going viral very madly across India, and many people are watching you. Uh, Particularly, and sometimes it's a bit scary also, Mr. These people, the wicked devils around you, and you are one standing, not a great personality physically, but still you have your voice, your voice modulation. You control this mad crowd around you, and it looks a bit scary while watching. That if they attack you, I mean, what's his confidence? He's not a 6 feet tall or muscular guy. All he has is Bible in his breath and
Yeah.
sincerity in his words. But sometimes it's a bit scary. I mean, do you feel threatened or frightened at any point of time while you do this in the park?
Not to the effect. No, I don't. If you're sticking to the word threat or fright, no. But just as a disclaimer, I have friends also who are around and whatever. So who are through God's grace, God bless them all. They the many people who these days, in the last year or so. So having said that, the risk is real. Anything could happen, in just 10 seconds or whatever.
Yeah, that's what.
So, but am I threatened? Am I frightened? No, because Apostle Paul said a long time ago, for me to live is Christ, to die is gain. So on the level of that, I'm clearly, of course, Christians are meant to be people who are not afraid of death at all.
But Mr. Arul, you are blessed with a very beautiful child. I've seen her once. But
two children.
I mean, what if 2 children? But what if anything happened? These kind of people, these are wicked devils. These are wicked devils, that you're handling.
I had to think through. I don't want to use that strong terminology. Many of the Muslims, through God's grace, bless them. God bless them. God bless them. God bless them. Every single one of them, including those who want to attack me and so on. God bless them, because
we're only talking about the ones that are going to that try to attack you. Only about those people.
Including them, I'm saying God bless them. Bless those who curse you. Pray for those who persecute you, and so I want to pray and bless them also, including them. That's the only way we can have a better future.
No, one video was very viral. That one young guy who was shouting at your ear from behind, irritating you, but you are very calm and composed.
The Sunday gone, there were hundreds of people, especially youngsters. I think the Dawa ringleaders, this is their latest strategy, to send children, like how the Hamas is sending children. This is what they're doing. This is the latest step that they are taking, from what I can see. But through God's grace, God bless them. Without the blessings of God, from where they are, it's really hard for them to come out. And so I'd like to give them the best opportunity by blessing them. Of course, Islam is a terrible religion, but it's still the religion we are fighting against, ideology that we're fighting against. But people are precious. It's a sad reality that millions and billions are caught up in that religion.
Yeah.
So now
the video was ended there, that you are running behind that guy, and it was a suspense that was not addressed, and it
that
and we are still talking about that. What happened after that?
That guy ran away.
And you ran behind him.
We gave him a little bit of a chase, just to teach him a lesson, but he ran away.
Yeah.
We could have followed up, we could have followed up in some particular ways, like police complaints and whatever. It's but God bless him, whatever. Now
the suspense is closer now. Talking to you.
Say again.
Now that the suspense is answered, because that video was still haunting us. What happened next? Now that we got the answer. Yeah. So Arul, with your permission, just going to the point. So let's get into the subject. See, we have a lot of. People just read the Bible just as it appears on the screen to your vision, and they go by reading it, and they understand it the best way with their own consciousness, own intelligence. But there are other people also who go literally into the words, who go literally into the history, archaeology, science, carbon dating, proofs, and they start questioning within themselves. Right? So there are certain such kind of people also. So maybe I am one among such people. And I have a question in front of you, just like the question that we have talked in the last episode. So this time my question is, see, when did the Noah flood actually happen? So because point one, Noah, so it was clearly mentioned in the writings in the scriptures that because of the Noah flood that God has sent from the skies, the waters have flooded and the entire globe is immersed, and all the living things that God created since the time of Adam were done. So these are the actual the essence of the scriptures. Now my question is, Noah, if you see the timeline according to the calculations, even theologically or calculating the numbers, it has happened around 2600, 500, 600 years before. Even if you calculate the English calendar also, if you compare with the Jewish calendar. So the timeline between Adam and Noah is somewhere around 1056 years. And Noah flood has happened around 2100 years. And because Noah lived for 600 years, it is around 2600, 700 years. Are we on the same page still here?
Roughly. I'm not verifying your
Roughly.
precise.
Give or take
Roughly 2000
100
years.
years.
I'm not committing to that extent. There's a, I can look at my precise notes and for timing, but
No,
roughly,
that is it. I'm
please,
very sure.
if you just, if you keep speaking, I'm not going far away. Please speak, and I will
Yes.
please go ahead. I just wanted
Without establishing this, we cannot go forward. So that is why I just stopped over here.
No,
but
no,
yes.
so
give or take,
I can listen. Yeah, please speak. Present your full situation and ask your question, and then I'll say if further clarification is needed.
Fine. So
And I'm listening to you. I'm moving away, but not far away. I'm listening to you. Please go ahead.
Right. So somewhere around 2605 years before, there was a flood happened. But here my question is, archaeologically, the continuity of the genetic line of many races. For example, if you take the I'm audible, right? If we take the Hindu civilization, okay, or even if you take the Egyptian pyramids, the rulers' bloodline, the genetic bloodline also, the continuity of the bloodline, especially in the Egyptian Mesopotamia civilization, was still there before 2000, 3000, 4000 years, and until the 1500 BC. And even Sindhu civilization also, it started around 3500 years before, and the genetic bloodline, because of the genetic fossils, we have the carbon dating reports, and the bloodline from father to father, it has continued. So how can we tell that the Noah has ended the bloodline of all humans except the Ham, Shem, Japhet, and his daughter and the daughter-in-laws of Noah? So how can the bloodline continue if the Noah flood has killed everyone, each and everyone? So this question is haunting me, pressurizing me, and it is leaving me agnostic. Waiting for your answer, Mr. Arul.
So, yeah, let's go through this step by step. I do not think Egypt, Indus Valley, predates Noahic flood. I don't think. I don't know why you have arrived at
BC 2600. BC 2600. Mesopotamia civilization is around 5000 BC. And Sindhu has started around 3500 BC. It's right there in Google and everyone knows it. Go ahead.
Okay. My dear friend, let's put it this way. The dates you've given are not set on stone in the way you think it is. These are not precise based on some documentary evidence of high caliber. What we are dealing with are approximations when it comes to archaeology from various civilizations, Egyptian, Indus Valley, and other places. We're dealing with approximate, not even approximate. We're dealing with rough time scales, not precise time scales. We're dealing with rough time scales, particularly as you move backward from anything beyond 1000 BC, 1500 BC. We are dealing with rough timelines, not precise timelines. Now, I said I'll get my book. This is, by the way, for those who I told you a bit earlier in the stream that my first book is not available in public. That's my first book. That's my first book. The first book, the title is called The Old World. If you actually do on an Amazon search, it'll show this because it has an allocated ISBN. Although I haven't published this, it's printed. I have many copies of, long time. And
Available
one of
in
the,
India?
it's not unfortunately available. But but anyway, this is a Bible study thing. You might be able to see that. Can you see that? Do you see that roughly?
Yeah, the old world. Yeah, I can see, but I can't get the essence of it. But I'll just definitely read
Figure,
it. You put the screen, you put it onto the screen. I'll pause it some after the video,
sure.
after the live, and we'll just
I've
read it.
given
Yeah,
I've given a figure here. Long story short, just to tell you that I've worked out the
the timing of
time,
right.
and what I can say is that that the flood, Noahic flood, is around 1656 after Adam. So we are talking about around 2500 BC. If I'm right, roughly in terms of the biblical time scale, we're talking about 2500 BC, which is already third millennia BC. We are talking about a time period which is, in terms of dating, all the datings are approximations. For example, if you let's do a simple experiment. Yeah. I don't know if okay, so let's do the simple experiment. If I show, sorry, Brother Joy. So let me share it. So Indus Valley civilization. Yeah. So if I go to Indus Valley civilization, and if I go to this thing there, can you see the dates there? 3300 to 1300 BC. But if you look at evidence-based dating, you will find. Can you see miniature votive image? Can you see that? 2500 BC. Can you see that?
Yeah, I know this page. I read so many times.
Well, what you would find is, there would be discussions on 6500 BC and all sorts of other things. But when it comes to evidential dating, we'd already be talking about period after that, number one. And number two, we are dealing, if you look at the methodology of these datings, we are talking roughly about, we're talking about rough timelines. This is what would happen with Indus Valley civilization. Unfortunately, I can't.
No. Let me interrupt you.
Yeah.
See, the concept of carbon dating itself is a rough timeline of around, give or take, 400, 500 years. There is carbon dating, there is uranium dating, there is plutonium dating. It definitely doesn't give you the exact date and month. It definitely gives you a 200, 250 years, give or take. That is well established. Yeah.
My dear
Please go
friend,
ahead.
just to cut you short, carbon dating can work for about 30,000 years. But carbon dating works with only organic material. Most of the dates of archaeological sites, when we talk about third millennium BC and so on, are not radiometrically dated. Most of them would not be. Please, I'd like to comment to you. Most of the dates when it comes to third millennium BC and beyond, going backward, will be dated by other relative datings. That's how they'll be dated, based on other details which are very subjective and not akin to radiometric dating. Radiometric dating works, carbon dating particularly works with organic material, dead animals, dead sheep, this sort of stuff, not with things such as this. You can't carbon date this. Can you see this? You can't carbon date this unless there was some organic material found on such an artifact. You can't carbon date this. You can date using other techniques. Long story short, please, I don't want to argue about this. Very simply, long story short, when it comes to dating uh, um, archaeological sites such as Egypt, Indus Valley, Mesopotamia, Chinese river civilization, when we are trying to, of course, South American civilizations come from a much later time. When you try to date these archaeological sites, they don't work. In my mind, and everyone knows, for example, British Museum, I live in, of course, London, and British Museum here has a huge collection, unbelievable collection of world history. You walk in there, there are huge rooms filled with archaeological artifacts from Levant, 2 or 3 from Mesopotamia, and and so on. You walk in and you would find archaeological artifacts from 2500 BC and later. They'll give in a map, they'll talk about prehistoric times and whatever, but when it comes to archaeological artifacts, this is what we're dealing with. So very simply, when I consider archaeological sites in the manner you have suggested, I don't see them to be contradicting biblical dates. I see them along a rough mindset of how people currently see the world, where they think about human evolution and all sorts of other evolution, which is what they teach in all sorts of different places. I see them belong to that mindset with dates which are rough ideas for linear sequencing, but not necessarily in terms of assigning particular centuries for artifacts precisely. Hello, you're on mute, sir.
Yeah, but I still didn't get the answer. See, the question that the topic that we both are talking is the continuity of the bloodline, okay, of the pharaoh rulers, you take it, or the Tutankhamun's. The Egyptian, the ruler's blood race has continuously been traced with carbon dating. Who is and it is also mentioned in the scriptures accordingly. The kind of stone inscriptions, everything, it matches with the ruler's bloodline, right from 5500 to somewhere around 1200 BC. It is still there, and after that, even no, please let me complete so that we'll be on the same page. And accordingly, many bloodlines, that has been traced all through this period of time, around 4000 BC to 2000 BC. So again, the question still stands that if the Noah bloodline has ended up all the lives, and the fresh bloodline from Noah and his 3 sons and wives have regenerated, it is this fact is not matching with the continuity of the bloodline that has been from 5000 to 2000 BC, and it is still a haunting question. And I am coming to your side also, Arul. Put this apart, put this doubt apart. So why agnostic and why not atheist? So 99% of the biblical facts, when I cross-checked out of my own interest, read some books, read a lot of data every night. So I spent time on this. So 99% of the biblical facts are very correct and apt. You cannot question them. For example, if you see the name Yahweh, if you go into the Bible expeditions, the name Yahweh, how it was preserved from Somalian stone inscriptions of Moabites and their god Chemosh. Everything, the stone inscriptions, their cultures, the leftover remains in those places like Sudan. See, all these archaeological facts are directly supporting the Bible lines. The deeper lines that we don't think about. We just keep on reading them, but we stop there and think about that, and you apply with the archaeological facts that are available right now in this modern era. It definitely implies. So 99% of such facts are directly accepting the biblical lines archaeologically. And I can go on, I can give you examples and examples. But the only thing, even for the matter of the Turkey Noah Ark, I've seen that at first, I thought that it was a fairy tale. It just didn't take, just a lot of water flows in different directions. It will cut the mud and it will cut the hill stones. And if it gives a shape of the ship, how can these people call it a ship? And when was the name Mount Ararat has come into existence? All these things, I Googled it. I've read it personally. But if you go deeper into the facts, you cannot keep on questioning them because there are too many coincidences. So such facts are very much there. So that is why I'm telling I'm an agnostic and not an atheist. But this question still haunts me.
Sure.
When the bloodline of the humans is still continuing, you cannot deny scientific facts, Arul, because we're all living on it day by day and in our daily life. We cannot deny science, right?
Maybe I, as a Christian, will not deny science. I go with evidence, not against evidence. But maybe you misunderstood. I'll clarify. My claim, first of all, I am not even questioning. I can question the genetic continuity that you're talking about. I can question. I don't know what data you're depending on. I doubt if there'd be significant
Arul.
data on that. I'm responding right now. I patiently heard what you have said. Please, you need to now hear me out properly. I'm not even questioning. I can, I would, I should. When the full
Please
case
question.
has to be, when the full case has to be examined, I can and I should. But that's not. I'm not trying to have a full discussion right now. What I'm rather saying, a picture that someone might build or might paint may have 10 different problems. And if they paint that as an accurate picture, even if I point out to one problem, that's sufficient for the person to say, okay, this picture clearly isn't realistic. And so that's what I want to do right now. And to do that, I'm trying. So I'm not questioning on genetic continuity. You've said what you said. I'm not questioning. I don't want to question that because I want to critically comment on a minimalistic case. Now my point is this. My challenge, I think where you're going, this is why I'd like to point to where you are going wrong. And before I do that, I would not be surprised that even if we have all the data that we need to establish genetic continuity, I would not be surprised that we'd actually find continuity, because my entire point is all of Egyptian kingdom, in terms of kingdoms we speak about with archaeological artifacts and so on, are post the flood. I am essentially saying this is not pre-flood, and so this is post-flood, and therefore everything is from Noah. And by the way, I don't know what you meant by genetic continuity. Are you comparing rulers? Egypt is known to be, the different kingdoms from different dynasties and so on. So I don't know what you, but keeping that aside, in terms of Egypt, in terms of Sumeria, Mesopotamia, all of these are post-flood. Post-flood. That's my significant point. And all that you have said for these to be pre-flood are chronologies which are asserted by denying the flood and are meant to be approximate chronologies. No scholar, when talking about Egyptian civilization, would talk about 3000 BC with the level of confidence you are speaking with. No one would do. No one would do. Every one of them would be willing to adjust depending on the need. But unfortunately, sometimes people like you read some stuff and take that as sacrosanct. For example, you walk into British Museum, if you see the timeline, you don't take it as sacrosanct. They don't take it as sacrosanct. That's not how they paint. That's not how they chronologically organize. They organize relatively. They organize all sorts of. They use all sorts of approximations in a worldview which did not include the flood. They deny the flood. After denying the flood, they approximately organize and they give approximate dates. This is how chronology works. Unfortunately, people don't. In the way you are asserting, I'm hearing an assertion that I don't think Egyptologists would have.
No. Can I interrupt?
You can.
Yeah. See, there is a thing called mitochondrial DNA, which, the mother carries. For example, you will, the X and Y chromosomes. I don't want to get into the technical data because you will be having your mother DNA. Okay. If your ancestry has to be traced, you cannot, your mother DNA will not be changed forever. If you trace your mother DNA, it will take you to you are the first person of your family. It will just keep on tracing. So it's a complicated genetics. I don't want to get into those. It will take a lot of time. So when you trace the DNA, for example, to keep it in a very crispy way to make it better understanding for everyone, if you find Mr. Arul as a pharaoh and your DNA in 4000 BC, your grandchildren can be traced in 1500 BC. I think you got my question. I think you understood. You figured it out. What I'm saying.
I understood your question a long time ago, and it is riddled with issues. And I don't know why you're not saying the problem.
Let me complete.
Yeah.
Okay, so the question still stands. There might be, because take for example Sindhu civilization. So it thrived
Egypt.
from
Stick to
3005.
Egypt. Don't go anywhere else. Stick to Egypt.
No, I can give you examples all
I
day.
don't want.
I can give you examples all day.
Stick to Egypt. You no, I know you are thinking you can. I disagree, and you
disagree in what way? Mr. Arul, you disagree in what way? That's the point.
And so if you stick to Egypt right now, I have disagreed and I've given some data already, which you clearly don't see.
No,
and that's
what
fine.
you're saying is
whoa. You asked me, I'm responding. Listen, all that I'm asking right now, stick to Egypt. Speak about Egypt. Okay, mitochondrial DNA. Yes, fine. Yeah, trace your mothers. Yeah, fine. Okay, fine. Go ahead. Finish your point.
No, I said it. I don't want to put you on the spot. I said it.
I know.
I said what I have said.
Mr. Thinker, please excuse me, Mr. Thinker.
Please.
Don't. I'm not requesting you to put me on a spot. What I'm requesting you to not put you on a pedestal as if you're making some great point, which I don't think you are. And so all I'm asking you to do is narrate your story again, and I will, so hopefully the points I was trying to make earlier, which you're failing to understand, hopefully
no, I understood, because that point that you have
understand.
Put, it is not relevant to the question that I've said. You understand?
Egypt, mitochondrial DNA. Please go ahead. Okay, so what more do you want to say? Please go ahead. Egypt, mitochondrial DNA. Please go ahead.
No, I said it already. Okay, I'll repeat it for the sake of your interest.
No, don't repeat. Say more. What is the point there? Say more. Finish.
Okay, what is you? Now I understood. So, if a certain bloodline has got damaged because of the Noah flood, after the flood, post flood, when Noah and his sons has come out and a new fresh generation has reappeared, today in 2026 we should not be finding that bloodline be continued from 4000 to 2000 BC in Egypt.
Which
It should
bloodline are you
not be
talking
there,
about?
right? Because
Which?
listen, no, I am still
No, no, no.
speaking.
Wait. Which bloodline
Come
are
on.
you talking about? Egyptian pharaohic bloodline?
No, you talked about Egyptian. See, it is a lot of rulers' names are there. I can Google it for you if you.
No,
Uh,
Mr. Thinker. No, excuse me. One
See, I'll
second,
tell you the
Mr.
names
Thinker.
then. Names of the families. If you go
Egyptian
on,
pharaohs. Are you
see,
talking about Egyptian
yeah,
pharaohs?
pharaohs,
Sure. Okay,
pharaohs.
go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
not just
Egyptian pharaoh.
pharaohs. Okay, to let me Google it now. I'm on phone right now. I just need to
You
open the
don't have
laptop.
to go. There's
Anyone can do
nothing.
this. Listen,
Not
Arul. Yeah, please. It is not a big data.
think.
Everyone can everyone
Excuse me,
can do
thinker,
it,
please.
and it
Whoa,
doesn't
excuse
end
me,
with
thinker. Whoa, one second. You don't
yeah,
have to
yeah.
say listen to me. Listen carefully, please. You don't have to say listen to me. I always listen. You don't have to say the question still stands. That's your approximation. It's leading to frustration. What I'm asking you to do is finish a case. So you are such okay. So you spoke about mitochondrial DNA, pharaohs. Finish that case. What is the full case right now? You are presenting that in a new way. So
Okay.
finish that case. So okay, fine. Go ahead.
So with the fossil evidence that we have got all through the world, there is a continuation of
Fossil evidence.
human.
What fossil evidence?
You are asking me to continue, and you are breaking me. And if I ask put a question to you, it doesn't work that way.
What
Your principle
fossil
applies
evidence?
here
What
also.
fossil? What? Please. Okay. Fine. I'll stay quiet.
Acha,
Finish.
you want me to explain fossils? I mean, that's a different subject then. This is the
When
context
it
that we are
comes to
talking. No, let me complete. Let,
okay, sure. Please.
okay, I'm all ears. You please. Yeah.
You complete. You complete. Choose the words carefully. I will hold your account to the words that you're using. And after you finish,
Okay.
please listen. There are two ways we could do this. I don't question you as you progress. I stay quiet. I'm assuming you know what you're doing. Once we finished, I will hold your account to what you have said. I won't give you more time. We have already run out of time. I won't give you more time to then rephrase and everything because you are not expecting me to help you along the process. So I'll stay quiet. Okay.
No. I really want you to help me because I've already just reminding you. I have already told you that 99% of other things, which were very much implying to
Sure.
Bible.
You've
And
said
so I'm
I
not
completely
against you.
understand,
I'm
thinker.
not against
Please.
you. Yeah.
I'm
Please note that
not.
I'm not
Look, I
against
don't.
your ideology.
Look, Mr. Thinker. Look, I don't feel offended. My frustration right now is when I'm asking you simple questions, you're all over the place and you're saying, oh, I'm not.
No,
Please,
I'm very clear on that. I'm very clear on that, and
this is
I've
what you
told you.
think. But think of you're wasting time right now. Please listen carefully. I don't want your commentary. Please narrate the case. Please.
How many times? Yeah, I'll narrate it again to you. Okay, I've done that already. See, it is very clear that not only just from the Mesopotamian culture and many other civilizations have
Egypt,
thrived and
stick to it.
continue.
Look.
Come on,
Think. Don't do
Acha, you want
commentaries.
me to talk about only Egypt, right?
Maybe you're not hearing properly. Listen
See
carefully.
the point. You're not, Mr.
Listen
Arul.
carefully.
See,
But listen carefully. You have said something already. I have rejected. Many other people might have understood what I have said. You
no.
have not. Don't do no.
Simply
I'm
rejection is
speaking.
not.
No. Don't.
Simply rejection.
No. Don't. Excuse me. Don't. I have rejected. You are of the opinion I haven't understood. I am of the opinion you haven't understood. I don't want to argue about this right now. What you're doing right
Okay.
now, you're starting a new iteration. In the new iteration, you're talking only about Egypt. So stick to Egypt. You began speaking about pharaohs. Give the details. Finish the narration, please.
Okay. So again, I got your point. So you don't go to any other culture. Stick to one culture. If that is proved wrong, everything. Yeah, I got your point. I know how you are taking it. But still, I'll just put these things. The pharaohs are the Egyptian archaeology or the bloodlines, the ruler bloodlines of the pharaohs have continued before 2500 and after 2500. Is that clear? So I'm not changing anything and I stand by my words. So adding to that, if you permit me, not just Mesopotamia, even many other civilizations also, I'm adding to that point that before 2500 and after
No,
2500
not
also.
interested. Not interested. Not interested.
Fine, no problem.
Not
Then
not
fine,
not
no
interested.
problem. I don't
Sure.
know why you're not interested, but still.
But for also, no,
Please let me come.
please.
Uh,
No,
okay,
Pharaohs, have you finished the
let me
case with
complete the
Egypt?
sentence. Yeah,
Egypt,
fine.
have you finished the
Pharaohs only,
case?
Pharaohs
Yeah.
only, and the Egyptian civilization. It has thrived before 2500 and after 2500 is my point. And if that is possible, my question is, if Noah flood has ended up all the human civilization, other except the Noah family, it doesn't apply the accuracy of the Bible. That is my only question. And I very humbly say that it is just my genuine question, not just that like a
That's fine.
critic or,
You've
not that
said
I'm a
multiple
great
times.
thinker or I'm a great
You
intelligent
have
person.
said,
No,
yes, for
absolutely
someone
not
who
that.
names himself a thinker and shows up. Yeah, I completely.
No, that's not my
Yeah,
intention. Yeah. My
my dear
intention
friend,
is very clear. I have only one
this is
doubt. Yeah.
this is irrelevant. Please, you've said what you've said. Let's focus on this. Please focus on the case. Please, thank you. So,
I'm done. Yeah.
sure. You said Pharaoh's DNA continued. I just want one clarification. Are you by any chance even suggesting remotely that the Pharaohs from throughout this time belong to one lineage?
No, can I talk? I mean, you expect me to talk or?
Yeah, I'm asking you a clarification right now. Are you suggesting, based on what you've said here, the suggestion is clear that the Pharaohs come from one lineage, one dynasty? Is that what you're suggesting?
There are different dynasties that names, I just cannot recall. I need a
Don't
laptop
forget
right
about the
now.
names. Names are irrelevant. Are you
There are different
suggesting?
families. Yeah, correct. Okay, go ahead then. Yes, I'm
Are
suggesting the
you
same.
suggesting they are from the same dynasty?
Yeah, same dynasty.
This is utterly ridiculous and exposes the fact that you have not got any clue about Egyptology at all. Pharaohs come from all sorts of different places. They don't belong to the same dynasty. This is the entire point. You have got no clue about Egyptology, but you have confidence. I don't know where you got this confidence from.
No.
So
See, I understood,
don't do no. I'm speaking.
Oh, I know. Okay. Oh, can you take my screen? I'll just open my laptop.
Can I take what? Sorry.
I just want to put my screen. So that I'll just go fetch my laptop. Just give me 2 minutes.
Sure, yeah.
Because
I can
since
wait.
you are contradicting me, that is the only issue.
Since I'm what?
Since that you're telling that I the entire Egyptology, just because of Pharaoh name that I've used. See, the end of the point is, Mr. Arul, 2500 BC. Do you just give me one stand of yours? Do you still tell that after 2500 BC and before 2500 BC, no bloodline of nothing sort of any culture has
You're
been
not hearing. I've
continued?
answered your question multiple times. The number of problems you have in your question, phenomenal. And all that I'm saying right now is you have not got an idea of, for example, Egyptology. I'm showing here. Can you see what I'm showing here?
Yeah, I can
you
see.
see?
Please.
Yeah. Do you see,
I can see.
for example, the rough time? You see the pre-dynastic. Can you see that? Can you see the early dynastic? Can you see that? Can you see this?
I can see, yes.
So this is the early dynastic. When does it say it starts?
3600 BC.
Yeah, 3000, not 600,
No, it is there
3150.
right there.
Say again.
On the cultural evolution at the first line I'm reading. By about 3600 BC, Neolithic Egyptian societies along the Nile had been the culture on
Do
the
you see
rising
me
crops
highlight
and
something here? Do you see me highlight something here?
One second, let me off my comments which are on the screen. Yeah,
Do you see what I'm highlighting? The history. Do you
began
see that?
3150 BC, ended 2686
Yeah,
BC.
so
Please come,
okay.
go above now.
Say again.
I just want to see the no, which dynasty that you please. I mean,
This is
scroll down the
what
screen.
they call. This is what they call early dynastic, old kingdom. Can you see? Okay, maybe Egyptian uh, dynasties. Okay.
Yeah, it is there now.
One second. I'm looking for a simple timeline to show you. Long story short,
There are many dynasties as
yes,
shown on the screen.
yes, there are many dynasties. You know what the dynasty is? The fact that this is first and this is second. Do you know what that means?
I know I mean different families. The
There are different
bloodlines split
dynasties.
into different lines.
It's not a bloodline splitting. There's no splitting involved. So you have pharaohs from all over. From very many
So
different parts
everything
of.
and
Please listen.
everything.
Please listen. Please listen. You've said what you wanted to say multiple times. I'm trying to, my in what you have said, you have ascribed a great level of confidence to your quote unquote knowledge of history. The frustration I have is that you really should not ascribe that level of confidence. You haven't got a clue. You don't know, for example, Egyptian history. You don't know how dating works of artifacts. You don't know many of these details. I'm trying to help you in the process. So please. So um, um, in terms of dynasties, multiple dynasties from all over the place. There are Nubian pharaohs from Sudan, there are pharaohs from Nigeria, there are pharaohs from Egypt, pharaohs from Canaan, pharaohs from all over the place who did not belong, who would not have linear genetic transmission. Pharaohs from, so I don't know what you mean. It's not I don't know what you mean. I know what you meant, but you are wrong. You clearly haven't got a clue. That having said, my entire point I've repeated multiple times, and I need to move on. We can wrap this up soon. So I'm not all of like what I said, like what I showed here. In terms of Egyptian history, if you can see here, can you see how the other side said 3100, and can suddenly you see 2900 BC. This is how history works. Egyptian chronology, everyone understands. In terms of dates, no one takes the precise dating seriously, even by, let's say, 300, 400, 500 years. People haven't got a clue as to, for example, what happened with the 14th dynasty of Egyptian. They haven't got a clue. They don't know what to do about these huge glaring holes. They're working with approximations. Anyone who has been led to think that pharaohs have gone beyond before Noahic flood, when you include Noahic flood in the timeline, is only exposing his lack of on the ground reality awareness of Egyptology. That's what you're revealing. Yet, instead of saying, okay, you know what, maybe, where did you get your Egyptology from? Where did you learn it from?
You asking me? Shall I answer?
Well, you decide. Does that sound like a question?
No, you ask me not to interrupt. You're asking me a question.
No, no.
Okay. Where did you get?
You're being, no,
It's
no,
my
no.
subject.
Think, please. No, let's.
It's my
That's not.
subject.
It doesn't
It's
matter.
my.
I've
Okay.
asked you. Where did you? Yeah, please go ahead. Just speak. Don't say you. Are you asking me? Does it sound like me asking you?
Okay. Arul, don't get frustrated.
I'm
See,
really
you are right.
frustrated.
You are right.
Yeah,
You are right.
my
Actually, I mean,
frustration
with the
is
evidences that
aggravated when you ask things like, "Are you
I
asking
can.
me?" and so on. Please don't do.
No, why?
Just
Because I don't want to interrupt you. Because a couple of times you told me not to interrupt, and I respect that. That is
when
why
you
I'm just
interrupt,
checking
you
whether.
shouldn't interrupt. When you interrupt, you shouldn't interrupt. When I finish and ask you a question, you should engage. This is so. Anyway, go ahead. So I don't know, but please just get on with the thing. Where did you how did you get on top of Egyptology?
It's my subject actually, since you asked the
So why
question.
did
But forget about that.
it's no, I don't forget about. No, I don't want to forget. No,
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 please. You
what
ask a
is your
question and you don't want me to answer.
I asked.
Yeah, I'm
You
all
said
ears.
it's
I'm all ears. Yeah.
I asked you, where did you get to know? You said it's my subject area. If it's your subject area, I don't know what you mean by that, but if it's a subject area, how did you say it's one dynasty?
See, it should happen in both ways, Arul. I can just go on, but with the information that you showed on the screen, I'm wrong and you're right. I agree.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
I'm
and
totally
so
wrong, and
and yeah, and so yes,
please, I didn't
you're
complete my sentence.
okay. Please complete.
First of all, there is no chance for aggression here or any kind of disrespect. All my intention is that I just wanted to.
I'm not questioning your intention.
Okay,
Please, you look. You said you're wrong. I am right.
I didn't complete my
Despite
question. Answer. Yeah.
yeah,
Let me please
don't
complete.
please.
No.
You don't have to narrate. You don't have to narrate on other things. Please, just complete.
Okay, you are right. I'm wrong. Okay, long story short.
This is the entire.
Thank you.
This is the entire point I'm trying to make. You seem to somehow show up. Look, I found out and this and that. I'm saying, look, you don't seem to know. This is the point right from the start. This is the you said when I told you about dates and you said we need to agree and we need to agree plus or minus 100 years. Already it rang alarm bells in me because clearly this is a man who doesn't understand how history works. No
Okay, if you
one.
say that, I have to keep on going on then. See, the
No,
dynasties that you're.
no,
Please let
no,
the
no,
dynasties.
no,
Arul, please listen.
no,
Please listen.
no,
The
no,
dynasties that you've shown
no,
on the screen are
no,
not the
no,
entire.
no, no. You can't just pick and choose as to when you interject and keep. No. What I'm saying is, for someone who decided that Egypt had one dynasty, that person should not be giving a lecture on Egyptian pharaohs anymore. Doesn't matter whether you claim that's your field or not, you should not be giving a lecture anymore. You're wasting time. You're wasting your
Fine. I
time.
don't want to waste. I don't want to waste my time and your time also. But think about it. There is a reason that I have told, and I wanted to give a conclusion also, which would definitely accept the Bible phrases that I want
That's
to
fine.
draw to that
Look,
point.
I'm
Please let
really
me
not.
complete. Arul, please let me complete. I just wanted the archaeology also to support the Bible in a very, very interesting way. I just wanted to draw the conclusion that way. But since it is not happening, let's talk some other time. I'll come with better screen sharing. So you definitely
Thinker,
love that,
the
actually, that
one
version.
conclusion,
But in
please,
aggression and this, we can't share information like this. Yeah.
we are not
I don't want
sharing
to.
this. Thinker, please. You repeatedly you're using information without giving in and giving up. In aggression, no one is showing aggression. I'm showing frustration. And you're giving one more instance of why I am legitimately frustrated. You're saying in frustration, I am saying in
You're
frustration.
frustrated because
You can't share information. You can't
you are
share,
assuming.
you can't share information as if you have shared information. What I'm saying, Thinker, is someone who thinks there is one dynasty of pharaohs, Egyptian pharaohs,
Right.
should not
See,
be giving a lecture on Egyptology. And neither
do you think the Wikipedia that you showed that is all the information that you have on fossil studies about Egyptology? Do you think that is the entire thing that that it is there? Do you know the advanced recent articles that have been published?
Thinker.
There are a lot of
Please.
things, Arul. Just you can't cut me like this. But still, I don't want to agree
Please.
into
Look,
the.
Thinker, please. Look, someone who says there was only one dynasty should not be putting himself as someone who knows Egyptology. They should not be. For some reason, over and over again, you're presenting yourself as it doesn't matter. I don't care what you've read on Egyptology. Regardless of what you've read, if you have arrived at the conclusion that there was one dynasty of Egyptian pharaohs, you haven't understood the basics. I don't want you to make complex conclusions in your best interest.
Fine. Can I talk? I mean,
You can, but this is a point I'd like for you to. I'd like to hear a concession. Also, oh yeah, you know what? It seems like I don't know basics of Egyptology. Maybe I should read up.
I
This
didn't
is
say
what
that.
I
You
want
are
to hear
saying
from
that.
you.
You are saying that, but I never said that.
But
I never said everyone has access to any kind of knowledge.
Think. I've had enough.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye bye. This is why people make wrong decisions in life. Egyptian pharaoh, there's only one dynasty, and you want to be confident about your conclusion. That's not how you're destroying your life. This is not good. And can you imagine someone telling me, oh, he's going to tell me, give me a lecture on English monarchs, and he tells me all English monarchs actually comes from come historically, right throughout history, all English monarchs come from Scotland. I say this is not a simple mistake. This is a mistake of someone who doesn't understand basic history. This is someone who does not understand basic history. This person should not be deciding. Please. Okay. Lovely. I don't know if Brother Joe is still here. Brother Joe, are you still here? I'm really sorry. LRL.
Hi, Arul.
Yep. How are you doing?
I'm fine. How are you?
By God's grace, I'm a little bit frustrated, but other than that, I'm fine.
You can have a coffee, sip of coffee.
No, not coffee now. I need to go to bed after this stream. So, please go ahead. Please briefly introduce yourself. Have we spoken before? I can't remember.
Yes.
Are you the gentleman who is not a Christian with a Christian wife? Is that you? You said Christian wife.
No.
No. Okay. Sorry. Apologies. Please introduce yourself. Yeah.
I am the one who said that I'm a Muslim and I follow the methodology of Shamsi of Speaker.
Oh yeah, you are Shamsi Spear. Lovely to have you. It's good to have you back. And did we say you were going to bring evidence for Mecca and that sort of stuff last time?
No, that has already been done. I have given you.
What do you mean? You gave me a reference to from Surah Muhammad that speaks about the fact of Muhammad being near Mecca at a particular point in time, whatever that Mecca is. That's not to say Muhammad is from Mecca.
No, actually, you said I can give any evidence from the Islamic sources. So I gave you one Quranic verse which you are talking about, and I later gave you one hadith. So after I gave you hadith, you said that you don't take hadith as an evidence.
No, I didn't say I don't take hadith as a reference, an evidence. What I said was anything which is not qualified, I don't, when dealing with history, we need qualified witness accounts.
Yeah,
So,
but as far as Islam is concerned and Muslims are concerned, authentic narrations, we count that as equivalent to Quran when it comes to authenticity.
okay, let's take that as a good topic. Yeah. So the topic, please demonstrate um, how some hadiths or useful historical sources of establish that they are reliable sources of information.
No, actually, we have this science of Jarva Ta'dil, criticism and praise for each man. And what I know, that's what I've studied, that during early generations of Muslim, maybe from the second generation, they started gathering the biographies of the Muslims who Muslim scholars who claims to have the words of Prophet. So they have gathered the information regarding that biographies.
So yeah, that's the claim. Let's analytically go through this, so we can so you and I can agree roughly. Yeah, let's say you believe in 632 AD, the passing away of Muhammad. Yeah, passing away of
Mm.
Muhammad. Yeah,
Mm.
and so now tell me, what is the first? So please now paint a picture. What are the? Please paint a picture of the sources of information you're first using that we have access to. Are you using and then provide a logical case? Do you believe in um, Sahih al-Bukhari as the first canonical hadith source?
Not the first one, but one of the most specific methodological book, I could say. Not the
What is
first
the
one.
first canonical hadith?
Al Muwatta.
So Muwatta Malik,
Mm.
Muwatta al-Malik. Yeah. Okay. So okay. Now begin painting a picture. So help me understand, how does one?
I can give you a rough idea.
Yeah.
So 632 Prophet died, and
Yeah.
732 till by 732 all the companions died. They were alive till next 100 year exactly.
Okay. Yeah.
732 or make it 722. I'm not sure about this.
Okay. Yeah.
So let me check.
That's fine. Mine. That's fine. 730 to 722. That's fine. That's a minor. Okay.
Mm, 1 second. Okay. So Imam Malik died in 795.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the shortest chain of narration which we Muslims have from in Muwatta, that he took from the second generation, then the first generations directly. Only three narrators for some hadith.
Yeah. But you're going to establish the authenticity.
Authenticity means I am not a scholar, but usually we go by the methodology of reliable scholars. I mean, there is one hadith that this religion is safeguarded by the trustworthy people. So, how do we establish a person is reliable or not? Scholars have certain criterias at
LRL,
that time. Mm.
you or a person who is responsible for your decisions.
Yes.
If Islam is wrong, it does not matter what the rest of the world thinks. You need to take appropriate decisions.
Correct.
And so I'm asking you, how did you arrive at the conclusion that Malik, whatever information you find in Malik, which is pretty much nothing, in terms of historical commentary on Muhammad, you don't find much in Mota al-Malik. It's a highly unreliable for all sorts of different reasons. But ignore you now think through for your sake, particularly your sake. But I am with you, so and I'm going to challenge you. So help. So you think for yourself. Why do you trust in what is there, which is very little, in Muwatta al-Malik? Why do you trust that as reliable information that has come from pre-632 AD?
See, first thing is the Quran. It speaks about in one of the verses that um, Allah, the God, speaks to Muhammad Sallam that we are revealing this book, and so that you may explain to them. Okay, there is one verse. It says, "These are the words from Allah, and you have to explain to them. O Prophet, you need to explain to them." So, as a Muslim, when when and there is another verse that we have given in Surah chapter 5. Allah said, to every prophet and messenger, we have given a law and a precise methodology. Two things are given: a law and a methodology. So, for Muslims, the methodology is to transmit the knowledge orally by memorizing it. So, this is from Quran. I came to know this. So by studying further the chain of narrations of reliable men we have, so we need, I mean, for example, today Shamsi is there. Shamsi is reliable amongst Muslims today, Salafis.
Shamshi is a big time fraud. Everyone knows. So ignore him. You're not going to get good marks from him. He runs away like a coward every time. Ignore him. You tell me, LRL.
No,
You told me a nice story. Say again.
I was just giving an example to make it easy for your listeners. So just give me 10
No,
seconds. Just
no,
give
no,
me 10
no. But don't talk. But you
seconds.
haven't started
Remove
responding.
Shamsi. Remove Shamsi, okay?
Yeah, Shamshi useless. Shamshi
Yeah.
is negative. Don't
Okay.
ever nowhere in the world ever say Shamshi is related to you, because then they'll know this guy is unreliable. So don't do Shamshi.
Okay. Today's
Okay.
example I'll give you. Today, one
Yeah.
scholar is alive, Sheikh Mohsen. His name is Mohsen. He's in Medina. He's around 85 years old. So, in as far as I'm concerned, what I have read about, I mean, what I have read his books and what have lectures I have taken from him, his reliability is proven in my life. Okay. So when I go to him, I'll ask him, from whom did you take knowledge directly, and how was he reliable? So he will give some names like Sheikh bin Baz. His teachers was Sheikh bin Baz. Example. So Sheikh bin Baz, the same question has been asked to Sheikh bin Baz. His reliability is proven during his life, and Sheikh bin Baz names who is the reliable from his teachers. So this chain of naming of reliable men goes back to the Prophet.
LRL. This is unbelievable. Now, let's do this carefully. Let's go through this. Okay. So you go to this scholar who is 80 odd years old. Did he say he lives in Medina? Medina, is that what you said?
Yeah, he's still
So
teaching.
you're going, yeah? You're taking a flight.
Mm.
You're from India, you said, yeah? Somewhere in India. So
Yeah.
you've taken a flight,
Mm.
and the flight has landed. Let's say, I don't know if there's a direct flight from near you to Medina. Let's say we've landed, and I have taken a flight from London. I'm here to accompany. So we are going to meet this fellow you have in mind. 80 odd years old. So we're meeting him. So tell me. So you ask him, who did you take? So you said he's reliable. How did you know?
Because we are not taking him at the reliable within a first meet. we'll have to take knowledge for at least 25 to 30 years from him, prove his
So we are
reliability.
there. We start. So we are there. You have taken him to be reliable. You have.
Yeah,
So
but
explain.
after
So
30 years.
I've just
After,
arrived. So
after
you
30
have,
years.
yeah,
After
so
30 years.
30. How old are you?
I am 35.
So since you are 5 years old, you have been following this guy.
I have been
Since
traveling.
you're
Yeah.
since you're since you began, since they
Yeah.
weaned you, you've been following this guy. So tell me, please. So how did you arrive at the conclusion that anything he says you can trust? How did you?
Because whatever he taught, when I cross checked from the text, everything he never lied. It was perfect. He gave references. So, and I have taken the testimonies from other scholars.
Give me some details. What? So give me. So you're saying you use some proper methodology since you were 5 years old to since test. This is almost like Agmark mark or something in India. Uh, uh, testified since so 25 years ago, yeah, so 30 years ago you said. So since 1995, you see, that's the trade, that's the the testimony you're giving. So tell me what happened since 1995. Give me some details.
We started taking knowledge from him, started taking knowledge firstly for the monotheism and then the principles of Sunnah.
So yeah, give me some specifics. Knowledge on monotheism, okay.
Tawheed.
Tawheed, okay.
This continued for 10 years.
You asked the same thing for 10 years?
No, Tawheed is in details. It takes usually 10 years to understand, to memorize it.
So 10, okay. So you asked something for 10 years and
No,
you use that to understand that he is a reliable
yeah,
man. So what exactly did he say over 10 years that made you think that he is a reliable man?
because on Tawheed there are lots of books. So one after the other we started and completed and studied under him.
But what made you think he is a reliable man, that he is not
Yeah,
lying? So in 10 years, he gave you
when I
some books,
when I gained maturity, after
which
15,
after, so 10, 9, okay, after 15, okay, after you were 15,
hmm,
right? So that's in 2005, yeah.
hmm.
Okay, go ahead.
So I started cross-checking everything with respect to what he taught us
Cross-checking what he taught, okay, on Tawheed,
on Tawheed.
okay.
As at this time I got some maturity, so I started taking other lessons on principles of Sunnah, the prophetic Sunnah. After
Uh,
15.
okay, so after 15, so after 2005, principles of prophetic Sunnah, okay,
Till 2015.
till, okay, so 2005 to 2015, okay,
Hmm.
yeah,
Hmm.
yeah.
Now from 2016 to 2026, again the revision of Tawheed and prophetic Sunnah,
Okay,
revision of both.
okay,
So during this time, whatever we learned from the Sheikh, we cross-checked it. Everything was, everything was able to, he was speaking the truth. And when we went to other scholars, they also gave testimony that he the truthful guy. It's like you are taking my dictation.
yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah. So after establishing this fact, we asked him, who were your teachers? Name them.
No, okay. So okay, we will start the who are your teachers. We will get to that. That's going to the previous link, the previous. I am,
No,
I am
why
actually
did
astonished.
why did
No,
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 why did
no,
you
no.
write like taking my dictation? I'm telling to you that whatever I'm speaking,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
writing.
I'm just yeah, no, noting down. So just so so no, no, no. Okay, so let's go. Okay, fine. So I'm still struggling to understand how you arrived at the conclusion that this. So you Tawheed cross-checking what he taught on Tawheed. What did you? So this is unbelievable.
Yeah, this methodology. If you go
This
through
is this is
Surah
unbelievable.
Maida, verse 50,
This is
48, it says about
this
the
is
methodology. So this is the methodology we follow, Arul, in Islam.
there is no this is the word logos, which is used in methodology,
Hmm.
methodology.
Hmm.
um it has a good sense.
Hmm.
It it's uh, um what you've done here is everything against good sense.
How?
um so I am asking you, how did you decide this is a trustworthy source? And you just said, oh, look, I asked a number of questions and I cross checked, and that's fine. That's it. So he is now a truth teller. This is unbelievable.
No,
Let
you're
me
missing
ask,
the links. Missing the links from what you have written. See, I ex-
what is the link?
I chose Islam as a religion, especially only for the what do you say? Only for the sake of Tawheed. I understand. I like the Tawheed of Islam, singling out Allah in all forms of worship as a God. So for Tawheed, I'm following Islam. Then I
LRL.
hmm,
LRL. Please listen to me carefully. There is no there is no Islamic Tawheed without the Quran.
yes.
There is no Quran without an understanding of history. And what I am suggesting to you is you have got no understanding of history. That's what I'm saying. Without which you neither have the Quran nor have any contents of the Quran. And in other words, you haven't started the journey. Don't tell me that you've started in Tawheed and you're now arriving at the conclusion. No, you have no Quran because you don't have history. And to establish something to be historical, I'm asking you, how did you arrive at Mota al Malik as reliable history? You said, oh, because we follow some methodology. And I look at this and I think I have no clue as to what you're talking about.
No, no. You, I mean, I did not complete what I started. So first, the reliability of my teacher is established by this thing, the details which I have given. Then when
You
he
haven't
knew,
got, you're not given any details. This is not how reliability is established.
no,
So I use,
listen.
let me put it this way. So you come to me and you ask me what my name is. I tell you my name.
Hmm.
And you come to me and ask me 100 other questions. I give you answers.
Hmm.
Are you suggesting just because I get these 100, even if for a moment, yeah, let's consider the best case scenario. Are you suggesting just because I've given you the right answers in 100 cases that I'm a truth teller? Is that what
For
you're suggesting?
for 30 years,
The time doesn't matter. You have asked a number of questions, whether on one day or over 30 years. The time doesn't matter. You've asked a number of questions. Yeah. And so let's say over 30 years. Over 30 years,
hmm.
every year you ask me a question. You ask me a question. Oh, what is your name? Oh, my name is Arul. What's your first name? My name is Arul. And next year, what is your second name? Oh, my second name is Velusamy. Oh, how old are you this year? Oh, I give you, and so you asked 20 more, whatever number of 15 more questions, 20 more questions, 30 more questions. Are you suggesting just because I gave you the right answers in the 100 questions you asked me, now I am a truth teller? Is that how your logic works? Is that how you establish someone to be a reliable witness?
No, I don't ask questions. I take knowledge. Knowledge means not asking
Regardless,
question. Lessons.
some
I take
some
lessons. I take lessons regularly.
somehow, yeah, okay. You now you focus. penny wise pound foolish. Yes, okay. When I say questions, I'm not suggesting that you went and asked questions. When I said 100 questions, I'm not suggesting you went and asked 100 questions. That's not the point. The point is you get to know some information in some way, shape, or form. You get to know some information
Over the
from
period of
someone
30 years.
for a period of 30 years.
Hmm.
How many pieces of information are we dealing with? You could not give any detail. Let's say you got 100 different details, points of
No,
detail.
make it 3,000.
3,000. Okay, give me 20 of these 3,000 points. So yeah, give me maybe 20 of these, please. Just give a quick reference. 20.
Proving Allah is only the worthy of worship. First point.
What do you mean proving?
No. Point I'm giving.
Okay.
Allah is only worthy of worship, and the Prophet is the last messenger. Second.
And he said yes to it, and therefore this is right information.
No, this is the point, and I cross-checked. It's the correct information.
So how did you cross-check that Allah is God? How did you cross-check this?
Because the methodology of memorizing a book has never been seen in the world.
No. This is not the question. Listen carefully. So you asked.
It is my
No,
criteria.
One second. To 1 of 3,000 is Allah worthy of worship. 2 of 3,000 is Muhammad the last messenger. And he said yes. The 80-year-old gentleman, he said yes to both. So tell me, how did you cross-check these details?
For Allah, we usually have the evidence of observational evidence. Observational evidence regarding the universe and observing, contemplating on the, creations, humans.
You're contemplating on creation. Tell me, how did you arrive at the conclusion that Allah of Islam is the creator?
Few evidences which I got convinced that if there would have been more than one God, then this universe
I'm
would
not
have
talking about the count. I'm asking you, how did you arrive at the conclusion that Allah is that one, Allah of Islam is that one God?
Yeah, the testimony of Surah Ikhlas. Qul huwallahu ahad is
Testimony
the
of who?
one. Chapter 112.
No. There's no Quran yet. You haven't got history. I'm going through history right now. There is no Quran. There is no Tawheed without the Quran. There's no Islamic Tawheed without the Quran. There is no Quran without history. And so we are now starting. There's nothing that you've got so far. You're going through history right now. And you are saying somehow to understand history, you've gone to this 80-year-old fellow in Medina, and you began listening to him from the time you were 5 years old. You were 5 years old. 5 years old, with a child flight ticket. You were there, and you asked him about Tawheed. So you got 3,000 points to make your case strong. He said 3,000 points. And I asked you what the first point was. You said you asked him, is Allah worthy of worship? He said yes. And you said the second thing you asked him is Muhammad the last messenger. He said yes. And so now you are now explaining how you have established that the Islamic Allah is the one worthy of worship. You said you contemplated on creation. So you were looking, glaring, staring into the sky. How did you arrive at the conclusion that the Islamic Allah is the creator? You're still looking.
Yeah, due to his perfection, especially the ozone layer.
No, how did you arrive at the conclusion that it is the Islamic Allah who... I believe in a God. I believe in Yehovah. I believe God created the universe. I believe God. The question, and there are multiple claimants to that position. Many people who claim to be gods. And the question to you is not whether there is a God. clearly there is a God. The question to you is, how did you arrive at the conclusion that it is the Islamic Allah who is the God? You're staring at the moon or whatever. Please walk me from there. Help me understand. You're staring. So you're staring, looking at a few stars. So tell me now, from there, how did you decide the Islamic Allah is that one God?
Okay, so see, look, observing the creation, we came to the conclusion that there is God. Okay, how I came to conclusion that is Islamic Allah? By seeing and studying other religions and their imperfections. So I found Islam to be the perfect with respect to many methodologies. So
So
that led me to the decision that Islamic Allah is the truth.
sure. Okay, so you studied this, and so essentially the way you arrived at the conclusion is you studied other religions, okay,
And their
um,
and found their imperfection.
and found their imperfection. Okay, so let's do this. So what did you study for Christianity?
Christianity, I remember. Please write down the time period. It was around 2015 only.
It was
If
for second.
it was around 2015, if you can note it down,
Okay,
2015.
okay, around
No,
2015. Yeah.
yeah, around 2015 when I started studying other religions. So I remember studying Book of Deuteronomy, Book of Solomon, and John, Genesis, something something. So for me, there is usually what Christians, where I stay, Christians call Jesus as Son of God, right? So I remember in one of the books of Bible, for other prophets also, the Son of God, the terminology Son of God was also used. So it was nothing specific to Jesus. First thing.
No. Look,
This
I'm
is the
not
first
looking
thing.
for I'm not
Yeah, this
looking
is
for expert conclusion. I'm asking you, what did you study? So you studied Deuteronomy. You studied
Deuteronomy. I
Book
remember
of
it was.
Solomon. What Book of Solomon did you study?
I don't even remember actually. It was around
So
2015. So
what did
I
you
found him.
study?
I went through what is it all about and the concept of God, and what do you say, God, Father, Son of God, and Spirit. Then
LRL.
Spirit.
No. LRL once. You sound like someone who's read a Dawa article somewhere. That's not the question I'm asking. Listen carefully. To establish, we are at the starting point. There's no Tawheed, Islamic Tawheed without the Quran. There's no Quran without your Islamic history. And so now you're starting to understand your Islamic history. To understand, if you can understand the Islamic history, you've taken a flight and you are in Medina. You're looking at this 80-year-old man. Of course, he was an 80-year-old man.
Yeah,
20,
that time.
30
Yeah.
years ago, he was 50 years old. You asked him what is Tawheed, and you asked him, is Allah worthy of worship? He said yes. So now in your life in 2015, you are studying, because now you're checking if this guy is a liar or not. That's what you're checking. And so you
Hmm.
better study properly. So what sources did you study to understand Christianity? You said Deuteronomy.
No. That was a few examples I gave, but the main thing which I rejected Christianity due to the fact that Bible was revealed in Aramaic, Greek, and some other language. Also, three languages are there. So why today's Christian don't memorize the book in that original language? That was the main concern.
Okay,
Okay,
so no,
in
wait,
their
wait.
original language. So
No, no,
even
why
I
why don't one second. Why don't Christians
memorize
memorize the
Bible
Bible
in its
in
original
the
language.
original language?
What
And
is
so
the
you, mm,
What is the
yeah,
original language? Somewhere I read it's Greek, Aramaic, and
sure,
one
that's fine.
one
So you asked, why don't the Christians
Hebrew.
memorize the Bible in the original language? And you said, oh, what, voila, eureka! Clearly Christianity can't be true. That's it, you've decided. And therefore this 80-year-old gentleman got his first brownie mark from you, is what you're saying.
See, the true religion preserves its true original language as well, right?
N-
So,
no. Let's be clear. Now we are checking if this 80-year-old fellow has been a truth teller, and to verify that his conclusion that Islamic Allah is the one true God, is the true God, the creator, you studied all the religions in the world, all the rest of the religions in the world, and you realize none of them is true. You studied the imperfections, and one of them is Christianity. And what did you study? I don't know what you essentially said. Oh, look, they are not memorizing the Bible in the original language, and therefore they must be wrong. Is your logical thinking?
yeah,
Okay. So, are you an Arabic speaker?
no.
Do you uh, read and understand the Quran in Arabic?
I read Quran, but for understanding, I translate it in English.
So clearly, the Quran is not from God, just by your logic here,
No, I
because
memorized
you're
it.
not memorizing. You're not memorizing the contents of the Quran in Arabic
No, in
in terms
India,
of understanding.
in India, people memorize the whole Quran, but
No,
they
no, I'm
don't
not. No,
understand.
no, no, no. I'm not talking about memorizing in the parroting way. I'm talking about in an understanding way. If you don't understand Arabic, just if you were to understand Arabic and memorize, suddenly the Quran would become true. If you
No,
can't do, it's not false.
I am saying that we believe that Quran is the book of God, book from God, and it has been it has been preserved by memorizing in its original language, which Christian has not done it. And even I'm
That
not
has
sure about
nothing
you.
to do.
No, it makes sense to me. It makes sense to me.
If it makes sense, you should be able to explain right now. Remember, you're in the process of verifying if this 80-year-old man is a truth teller or not. You're in the process of verifying. And
Hmm.
for that, the first question is Islamic Allah the creator? He said yes. And now you're trying to see if this is true. And you're going around and you've studied all the religions of the world, one
Hmm.
of which is Christianity. And
Hmm.
then no, and you struck gold because you said, oh, wow. So they're not memorizing in the original language. Therefore, it cannot be from God, is what you decided.
Yes,
And this is sensible.
it's common sense. Where is how many Christians can study in its original language? At least read. At least read. I'm asking, not memorizing.
Okay, listen to me carefully. Truth is truth, regardless of whether someone reads about it or gets to know about it.
But it questions the preservation, right?
No, I'm asking right now. Remember, we are in the process of tracing whether this 80-year-old man has told you the truth or not. And you said the way you verified that is by asking him 3,000 points of information, the first of which is whether Islamic Allah is the one true God.
Hmm.
And he said yes, and now you're verifying. When verifying, you are examining Christianity. And here, therefore, I'm not talking about preservation, I'm talking about truth. If, if, even if, sorry, Jesus would be God, even if no one studies his Bible. Do you agree?
Repeat the question.
If Jesus is God, he
Hmm.
would be God even if no one else studies his Bible. Do you agree? God doesn't change just because people don't study. Yeah.
Yeah, God. If you are taking naming, I mean, you're asking the question as God, then I could answer. But if you ask the question with the name Jesus, then it's not possible for me to answer.
You're stuck in a loop right now, LRL. You are
Simple,
speaking as if you.
it's
No, no,
simple
no.
question. Simple question
It's
to you, Arul.
no, no, no.
One question.
Sure,
One
sure.
question.
But before that, you can ask just one. Can we agree that you haven't got a clue about how to verify Islamic history? Can we agree?
No.
So Nothing to this. This is a story of this is
Simple.
a
Only one question
this
here,
is
Arul.
tragedy. Please go ahead.
Only one, yeah, one simple question for you and for all Christians. Are you able to read the Bible in Aramaic language? Not
Why should
understand, only read.
I read in Aramaic?
Because your holy book is revealed in that language.
Which book?
Bible.
The Bible is a book of books. Which book is revealed in Aramaic?
Okay, I'll come to the Greek. Are you able to
No.
read the
Stick
Greek?
to the Aramaic. Which book is revealed in Aramaic?
One second, I'll check.
We don't check. Look, if you check, anyone can do.
No, I'll to be
So, in
specific.
other words, you haven't got a clue, have you?
No. For example, no. You are asking a specific question, right? So I'm giving you and
No,
Ezra.
I'm asking a question from someone who has determined that Christianity is wrong.
The book. Okay, I'm answering you. The book of Daniel's. Are you able to read it in Aramaic language, in its original language?
What in Book of Daniel is in Aramaic?
It was revealed in Aramaic language, right?
No.
Then?
What do you mean then?
No,
You're the one
then
who was telling me this fantasy story. So you tell me
no.
the story.
Then in which language the Bible is revealed from Jehovah?
Okay. If you're asking me, I can give you education, but do we agree that you don't know? Do we agree?
I don't know about the detailings of
Sure.
Christianity. That is for sure.
Sure. So you don't know. That's fine. Good. Thank you. At least you have the humility. That's good. Now, to help you understand, long story short, if Jesus died and came back alive, which he did according to history, if Jesus died and came back alive, in what language could that be written in for it to be verified?
Whatever language Jesus speaks.
Yeah. Well, no. If Jesus died and came back alive, what it needs, the language it needs to be recorded in is in the language of those who are witnesses.
Yeah. What is
of
that
the death.
language?
Yeah. Language of the witnesses. Yeah. And if the language of witnesses is, let's say, Greek or Latin or something else, and if people are able to not memorize but able to read, would that be enough to study a historical set of artifacts around the death, burial, resurrection of Jesus?
At least chance is there.
At least what?
At least chance would be there for the person like me who
So
is.
memorizing is irrelevant here. Do we agree?
Okay, at least reading. I'm asking. Reading in its
But
original language.
memorizing is irrelevant. Do we agree?
At this point, okay.
What do you mean at this point? To study
I mean,
history, you don't have to memorize. Yeah.
No, later we can talk about memorization. That is why
No.
I'm telling.
No. To study history, you don't have to memorize. Yeah.
Okay.
You don't have to memorize. Yeah. People, no historian whose worth is salt would memorize artifacts.
But we Muslims have memorized.
No. Muslims are parrots. You know why you memorize? Muslims are parrots. You know why?
Why?
Well, because Islam began as a religion of the illiterates. And illiterate people were forced to memorize and recite. Recite and memorize. Because they could not read. It was meant to be a religion of the illiterates.
But Waraka bin Nawfal was a Christian when he accepted Islam. He was the first companion.
Give me evidence that he even existed.
From historical sources or Islamic
Give me
sources?
some evidence credible that he even existed.
We have all the evidences in our Islamic sources.
Islamic sources are fantasy lies, which clearly you have struggled to establish. We went through the process. I don't want to repeat this over and over again and put you to shame. You haven't got a clue. You have been made to believe Just because there is some 80-year-old fellow in Medina, you're made to believe that your ideas are historical.
See, you missed the important point here. Muhammad Prophet died at 632, and
Okay,
his
let's
students,
stick
his
to just
students.
one. Okay, just Muhammad died in 632. Just that point.
Hmm.
Provide a historical case for that, but don't say it is there in some hadith somewhere alone. Demonstrate the verifiability.
No, see, we don't take any other context as a proof apart from the Islamic sources.
In
We
other
don't
words,
take.
you're stuck. In other words, this is what is called brainwashing. The way brainwashing works, is you're sold a lie and you're made to be stuck to that lie.
But
And you're
for
not
Muslims
supposed to
like
look at
me,
anything else. Say
no,
again.
but for Muslims and people like me, if we are to observe something in this century in our lives, so memorization is the unique concept that which no other religion has adopted. To,
Memorization, like I said, is what parrots do.
yeah, at
And
least we are with that
and
parroting, our book is orally transmitted to every generation.
so, okay, help me understand how many memorize the Quran in the first century of Islam.
There were many,
How
because
many? How many?
companions. I don't
Give me
have the
give me
exact.
five names.
No, I don't have the exact numbers, but I could say
Give me
that
five names. Just five. Five names.
five names are first four are Dr. Khalifa, Abu
Okay,
Bakr,
Khalifa. Okay, fine.
four
So
Khalifa,
Abu Bakr, Umar,
hmm,
Uthman, Ali.
Ali,
Give
four.
me evidence. Give me evidence that these four Rashidun caliphs
Hmm.
existed as caliphs.
From historical sources or Islamic
Any
sources.
source, your entire storyline. You don't. Every time I ask for evidence, you're asking for
No,
clarification. Give
because
me any.
I would be able to give only Islamic sources, not other than that.
Do you see the problem? For
Hmm.
everything,
Hmm.
for even for the existence of who are meant to be powerful caliphs. Can you imagine? Powerful. Can you imagine? Of course, you're based in India right now. You have artifacts for, let's say, Aurangzeb. You have artifacts for um, uh, Tipu Sultan, and I'm of course naming a few Muslim rulers there. You have an artifact for Jahangir. You have an artifact for Iltutmish. You have artifact all sorts of Islamic rulers. You have artifacts for, while they are rulers, while they have been rulers. I'm asking for the most significant of those who were the in the Islamic history, the Rashidun caliphs. I'm asking you, if they had ruled all of Hijazi and more with an iron fist, what is the evidence that, for example, Abu Bakr existed as a caliph? What is the evidence?
You have given example of Aurangzeb, maybe 200 or years back, and you're asking the question of 1500 years back. So
Aurangzeb is no one. In Islamic history, Abu Bakr, if he existed, Muhammad, if he existed, would be some of the clear. Of course, Muhammad would be the most. And ask about Mecca, where did he belong? You went to Islam. Later, the hundreds of years later story. Abu Bakr, Aurangzeb is no one when compared to Abu Bakr. If Abu Bakr was historical as the first caliph, Aurangzeb is no one. Most Muslims across the world would not even have heard the name Aurangzeb because he's a nobody. But for the nobody, we have artifacts. But for this great first of the Rashidun caliphs, there's no artifact.
see, I have given how we preserve the artifact in the form of biographies. I have given the chain. If you could see the private chat of the scholar which I named you. This is the
This
artifacts for Muslims. Anyway,
you've given us.
you won't understand these. These are the very different branch of science in Islamic
This is
literature.
not
If you
science.
have
This is anti-science. What you have given here is a bunch of names, and if I go through, trace through one name at a time, none of them would you be able to establish
no,
historically. None
you
of them.
you can go separately. You can research. You can trace back to the Prophet. All the chain I have given you just now, and this is something which is not beneficial for you or me at this point.
This
You
is very
if you can
beneficial,
discuss.
LRL. This is very beneficial, and the benefit that I'd like for you to acquire right now is that you haven't got a clue as to how history works. For Aurangzeb, for Shah Jahan, we have artifacts from them. Shah Jahan, we have artifacts of Shah Jahan, Jahangir, all sorts of Islamic rulers who are
Yeah,
nobody when it comes to Islam. Nobody. Only when you have artifacts, you can demonstrate history.
history can be easily distorted. That is why we have the artifacts in the form of biographies of men.
Listen carefully. There is no biography of Muhammad that survives from the first few centuries. Nothing.
No, Quran is the biography, you could say.
Quran is the biography of Muhammad.
I mean, the main the foundational sign
So
of
tell me. So you are saying Quran is a biography of Muhammad.
biography.
Tell
As
me,
in,
how do you
if
know?
you
How do you know?
if you
How do you
no
know
no no
all of the? How do you know the 114 chapters of the Quran comes from Muhammad? How do you know?
that is the chain I have given you.
No, no, you said no, no. I asked you about biography of Muhammad. You said Quran is a biography. So ignore the
Mm,
chain. How
mm.
do you know the 114 chapters of the Quran are from Muhammad?
How do I know? Due to the chain of the narration which I have given you. Teach us to teach us to teach us to teach us to. This is the artifact of Islam.
You know what you've given me?
Hmm?
You've given me names.
So
I'll go
it
through
is.
the names. One second. One second. Muhammad is at the end, yeah? Prior to
Hmm,
that, Salama ibn al Aqwa.
hmm.
How do you know he even existed?
Because you're reading the chain reverse, you need to read from the top.
No, no, I want to go reverse. I'm trying. I'm interested in the origin of
If you want to
Islam.
go to the top floor, you need to go from the ground floor, right? So go from the ground floor.
You know what the ground floor is?
Ground floor is today's generations of scholars.
Okay, so today's generation is ground floor. So okay, so Sheikh, I don't know who this fellow is. Let's
Mohsen,
say, yeah,
80-year-old guy.
let's say. So this is Mohsin,
Hmm.
80-year-old guy, and he says via his teachers in
Bin Baz.
14. Okay, so this is 1420 AH. Okay,
Yeah.
1329. Let's say Muhammad ibn Mahmud. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to skip a few things here. Tell me, Yahya ibn Mukarram al Tabari.
Hmm.
Is that the al Tabari of the? Is that al Tabari? Tabari?
No,
Is that the one who wrote um, commentary on the Quran?
no. It's not that.
Is someone else? Okay. So let's. I'm try. Let's say some of these people lived. Okay. Let's say some of these people lived. The question I'm asking you is, how did, let's say, for example, Muhammad ibn Yusuf al Firabri? How do you know he even lived?
See, how do I know? See,
Yeah.
please listen to me carefully. I asked Sheikh Mohsen, he's alive. He said his teacher said Sheikh bin Baz to him, narrated the Quran to him, 114 chapters. And how did Mohsin knows? Sheikh bin Baz said that his teacher Saad bin Hamad taught him the 114 chapters. How did Sheikh bin Baz knows? He asked Saad bin Hamad. He learned Saad bin Hamad 114 chapters. How did he know? He asked his teacher Ahmad bin Isa. So likewise, we have all these artifact of biographies of their handwritten books, going back to the prophet.
Look, okay. In other words, you've trusted your life with these fellows without having a clue. This is not a good. Let's pretend for a moment. Let's say I sit here and say, look, I am a sheikh, and I learned from this fellow and that fellow. You ask me 100 questions, I give you the right answers. You are suggesting just because I gave you right answer for 100 questions, assuming that I did give right answer for 100 questions, and you were able to verify, which
For for
itself.
30 years, how many years?
Yeah, I don't know, LRL. I
Because
look,
proving reliability takes time.
LRL. I look at this, and I'm looking at someone who is naive. That's who I'm looking at. Someone who says he cross-checked Tawheed and therefore he trusted this fellow is a naive person.
See,
That's who I'm seeing. He
trusting, we are
doesn't.
not trusting them in one meet. We are trusting after studying 30 years,
Yeah,
and
30 years.
they don't lie. Do you lie? Do you
How do you
lie?
know he don't lie? That's the entire
No,
question.
I'm asking, do you lie?
No, that's not the question. How did you decide that this guy did not lie
By
or does not lie?
what? Because whatever lessons we learned from him, we cross-checked it. Lies,
How does that
lies.
mean he doesn't lie in other? Let's for a moment think that is the case. Let's for a moment assume that is the case. Can let me ask you another? Can a person in his entire life lie once?
Possible.
He can lie once, yeah.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah, he did not lie a million times. But one time, when you
Yeah,
asked him, "Where did you learn?" Oh, I learned from this sheikh before me.
yeah,
Just on
yeah.
that, he could lie, yeah.
Mm.
So it does not matter what you heard from him. He could
No,
have just
so
lied.
it
He
will
could
have
have
a
just
segregation. It will have a
what's
segregation.
what's again.
Lying in the matters of word, lying in the matters of religion. So in the matters of religion, they don't lie.
How did you arrive? Can a person in religion lie only once?
No, 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 it's not possible.
How not?
Because this is what makes Muslim distinct from other people.
In other words, you are assuming all Muslims don't lie. That's what you're assuming.
No, I'm
In
assuming
religion, all Muslims don't lie.
the scholars whose reliability is proven, they don't lie.
No, no. The question is, how did you prove? Is the question,
Because
and you're
whatever he
saying,
taught can be examined easily, and he was found to be
are you
truthful.
listening to me? I'm asking you, can a Muslim scholar lie once in religion?
No,
A Muslim scholar cannot lie once in religion. They can't.
yeah, so reliable
I
scholars don't lie.
see.
Yeah,
But okay, that's fine. So LRL, this is the world you want to live in. So what can I do?
yeah. So that is what I'm telling. So this is a separate topic we can discuss
It's
if you
not a
want
topic.
to.
This is gibberish nonsense. It's not a topic worth it. Don't tell anything. Don't tell
This
this
is
in
an
public.
artifact of Islam. This is an artifact of Islam.
This is not an artifact. This is a heart attack of Islam. No, no,
Okay,
this is a heart. Are you listening to me? This is not an artifact. This is the heart attack of Islam. For people like you roaming around thinking Muslims don't lie, Muslim
in that
scholars don't lie when it
Shamsi
comes
don't
to
lie.
religion.
Shamsi
Shamshi
don't
is a
lie.
big time fraud. Shamshi, when Shamshi doesn't lie?
Yeah, he's reliable. He don't lie in the religion.
Do you know when he doesn't lie?
Maybe in the worldly matters he might have done it.
I know Shamshi doesn't lie in some situations. Do you know when?
When?
When he doesn't say anything, he doesn't lie. That's the only time he doesn't lie. In every other situation, who knows? That fellow, that I no. So let's leave it at
No,
that.
but
So your entire religion, your entire world, you have bet your life based on assuming Shamshi doesn't lie.
yeah, he don't
Shamshi,
lie.
this is your
If he lies,
entire.
if you claim, then you need to give proof.
This is not. All right. So unbelievable. This okay. LRL. Thank you very much. You know what your Muhammad says about lying.
Hmm.
Your Muhammad is a big time fraud. You know this, yeah.
No, please don't say that.
No, this is important. You listen to this. Look, this is not a matter of me saying something. If the Quran is from uh, from the Islamic Allah, what does it say? Surah 66, ayat 2.
Hmm.
What does it say?
Allah had made lawful for you Muslims absolution from your oaths of such a kind, and Allah is be banished. What is the surah number?
Surah 66, ayat 1.
1 second. Okay. It is about the oaths. Absolve yourself from the oaths. Whatever oaths they have taken from their own self, it is not a command from Allah. That is what it says.
So, in other words, he can say something, but it doesn't have to be true. It doesn't have to
No,
keep
sorry.
it. Yeah.
Revelation was coming, right? So, Prophet.
I'm not interested. The question I'm asking is, he can say something to his nikah partner, and he doesn't have to keep it.
Because Allah said so, right?
It does. Yeah. Allah himself is a criminal. I completely agree. He is implicated. The Islamic Allah is also implicated. I completely agree.
But Arul, if you
Both the Islamic Allah
no,
and
if you,
Muhammad can say something, but they don't have to keep it. Yeah.
but Arul, I came not for this, right? So I was not expecting.
No. But this is no.
If
Your entire
if I revert,
worldview. Your entire
if I reply
worldview.
in the same language regarding Jesus, then how would you feel?
It's not a matter of feeling. Listen to my question carefully.
No,
In
but
my
but even we
no,
can
one second.
dispute.
ARL,
We can dispute. But
ARL, one second.
if
ARL, one
someone
second.
abuse, if someone abuse Jesus, what do you say about
What
it?
have you? Maybe listen carefully. I'm asking a question. Muhammad can say something to his nikah partner, and he need not keep it. Yeah.
He was keeping it, but Allah commanded it, so he had to drop it.
So, for whatever reason, he said something which he wasn't going to keep. Yeah.
Yeah, he wants to get, but the final commandment is from Allah only.
Fine. I'm first, let's go one step at a time, because you're already accusing me. So I want to go one step at a time. So Muhammad himself, in what he had told this lady, whoever this lady was, he was not trustworthy. Yeah.
Let me read what it says actually.
Yeah. He said something, but he wasn't going to do it. So he's not trustworthy.
1 second.
Sure.
$66. Okay. O Prophet, why do you forbid for yourself that which Allah has allowed to you, seeking to please your wives? Allah has already ordained for you the absolution from your oaths. Allah is your The Prophet had some oath, but Allah said to absolve yourself so that he don't follow his own thing when revelation is
Yes.
coming.
In
That's
other
what it means.
words, yes, for whatever reason, I'm not interested in the reason right now. For whatever reason, Muhammad himself is not trustworthy because he says something, but he won't do it. He's not trustworthy. Yeah.
No, it's not like that. He had some oath, but Allah said, no need to follow this one. You can.
Fine. Allah said, I'm not interested in what the instruction from top floor is, but the point is, regardless of that, he said something, but he won't do it, which means he himself is not trustworthy. Do we agree?
No. He said something. He was following it, but the second words came down that you're not. You should not follow it. You are exempted from this. You can leave it
So he is not supposed to do it. Yeah.
after the commandment of second verse.
Yes. Yeah. After the comma. Yes. Thank you very much for that clarification. But he
Yeah,
wasn't going to do it. Yeah.
after the second verse. Yeah,
Yeah. But
he will
yes.
not.
But he wasn't going to do it. Yeah.
Before or after?
Irrelevant. He
No, it's
said he.
relevant. It's relevant, Arul.
Okay. So let's say I'll come to a place at 10 p.m. I told him, look, don't worry, I will be there. I will be there at 10 p.m. I swear an oath, I will be there at 10 p.m. Okay, fine. That poor fellow is waiting there, thinking, well, he even swore an oath, so he should be there. But Mr. Allah says, oh no, you don't have to, so he doesn't go. So I am not trustworthy. Am I not?
In whose eyes? In whose eyes?
Well, trustworthiness in the person who is listening. He said, oh, I told someone I'll be there at 10. I could be there at 10. I could have been there. Just because from the top floor I received this command, I'm not going there. So I'm not trustworthy to that gentleman. Yeah. So Muhammad himself is not trustworthy.
In your example, when that person, the person who is waiting, if he is also Muslim and knows the importance of Allah, then he will understand that if the command of Allah comes, then
it
Muhammad
does
cannot.
not matter.
How?
Look, okay, let me put it this way. How do you know the Islamic Allah did not command you, the 80-year-old fellow, lie, and he lied to you? How do you know that didn't happen? You're perfectly happy. Yeah? If Islamic Allah tells him lie, which is what he does all over the place, he lies, you're perfectly happy. Yeah.
So I cross-checked everything from that 80-year-old guy.
No, forget about cross-checking.
Then how do I know? Even after I established him to be truthful,
LRL, you can't. LRL, please. The point I am making is simple. Muhammad himself is not trustworthy. But the problem doesn't stop there. Allah himself is not trustworthy. Allah himself is not trustworthy. Ultimately, I can give you a number of references here. Surah 16, ayat 91, 48, 10, Surah 2, 224, 225. When it comes to Islam, top to bottom is not trustworthy. These are professional liars who lie their way through mobilizing people. This is what they do. They lie. They are allowed to lie. They are allowed to lie to all sorts of people. They don't have to be trustworthy at all. This is the entire community of people and religion you're talking about. And earlier, your entire superstructure said, oh, all of them don't lie when it comes to religion. These lie. Allah himself lies.
See, from the school which I come in, Islamic jurisprudence is Salafi school. So Salafi scholars don't lie in the name of in the matters of religion. That is confirmed.
Even Muhammad has lied. He said he will come. You didn't go.
The example you gave does not come under the lying. The verse.
What does it come under?
Prophet decided took an oath for some personal matters on his own. Allah made him exempted. What is the problem in it? Where is lies in it?
Well, why is it there in the Quran?
So that is the truthfulness of Muslims. They have recorded whatever is revealed. They did not hide it.
No. That's not the point. Don't. If a person says I am a liar, and you say, oh, how truthful he is, because he says I am a liar, you must be true. You must be a truth teller.
No.
The LRL, please. Once. If a person says, I am a liar, would you say, oh, wow, marvelous. You see how truth teller he is because he says, I am a liar. He would be the, he would be the, I don't know what I would say to you.
No, no,
Now,
example is
Elarum,
wrong. Your example is
eh,
wrong. If someone says that don't take this oath, you are being exempted, everyone is happy, then this does not falls under lies. That's what Quran says.
who
It does
everybody
not.
is happy? Which everybody is happy?
In your example, if the person waiting don't have any problem, the person outgoing don't have any problem,
How do you know the lady doesn't have a problem?
because they were all Muslim. They were because in other places in Quran, they were
How do you know she doesn't have a problem?
because they were given the glad tidings of paradise. The
How do
ladies,
you know she did not have a problem?
from other verses of Quran.
In other words, from other liars. So from the same liar says, oh, she didn't have a problem. Don't worry. Just move on. Did you
So
hear
we
her
so
testimony? Did
what?
you hear?
So how do you expect us to read 1500s back? It goes same for the Christians as well. If I ask you,
Well,
how do you
I've
know?
written, good. You've asked a good question. I've written a book. I've written a book on the
I
history.
will not. I will not read your book
Why not?
because the same claim goes around you, Arul.
Christian, believe it or not, LRL, history outside of Islam will never work in the way you have made it. Islamic history unworks, not works. N- If you suggest this to be history elsewhere, they laugh.
Same for us. I mean, we the
I-
reason
The
we rejected.
expectations I've given you are the same for Jesus. I completely agree.
No,
This is why
the reason we reject Christianity on this basis only. We reject all the history artifacts which you claim to be true. We don't find it truthful.
I am not LRL. I'm not asking you at all for your expert opinion because you are a naive man who has decided that everyone in Islam says the truth. That's what you've decided. You are,
Not everyone reliable scholars.
yes, yeah. So you've given because you've decided them to be reliable. You've given them the name reliable scholars. You have decided. And so the point is, you are in my mind, when I ask for evidence, is nothing forthcoming. You don't even appreciate that Muhammad himself lies, Allah himself lies. They commit to something, but they don't do. They, in multiple, is best of deceivers, as how the Quran says in multiple places. And you think, oh, all of these top fellows are liars, professional deceivers, and suddenly somehow the religion is truthful. I can only say you are naive. The history of Jesus works in a very different way, which has quality.
How?
Jesus, this is where I'm telling you, if you email me, I can send you the ebook that I've written. You can read.
Give a brief in 1 minute.
The brief is all qualified historians who have different motivations give details, provide, this is almost like, how, for example, if a police officer or a police team have to investigate what happened in a particular scene, they inquire, they mobilize witnesses, sift, is it sift through witnesses, find out who are reliable, find out who are not reliable, examine what they are hearing, and construct a credible storyline, re-examine, allow the other party to demolish it. And how they do, as exactly what happened in the case of Jesus. Opposing parties write, all of them are writing. The Romans are writing, non-Christian Romans are writing, non-Christian Jews are writing, non-Christian Greek writers are writing, Christian writers are writing. You, in the nexus of, in the sort of the connecting point of all of these, you have the history of Jesus emerge, well attested, original writings from people who were meant to be witnesses. No, I'm not using the term eyewitnesses. I'm using the term witnesses carefully. People who were close to that time, examining, writing down. So this is how the history of Jesus works. I have written a book. It's a watertight case of the fact of Jesus' death, burial, resurrection.
But this is what and this is how Muslims did. But you are
Muslims,
rejecting it. But you are
it's
rejecting it.
not, there is no similar artifact for Muhammad. No one spoke about Muhammad
No,
in the way.
regarding Quran, I'm telling.
There's nothing in the Quran, and nothing about the
See,
Quran which.
whatever you mentioned regarding Christianity and its preservation, the same has been done by Muslims even more carefully with the biographies and all. What is the
with
difference?
the Quran.
Yeah,
Let me tell you, who put together the first Quran? What does your Islamic history tell you? Who put together the first Quran?
Abu Bakr.
And is that the only story that people say?
No, I'm talking about the text.
I'm talking about the text also. Who put together the Quran as a book?
The first Caliph, Abu Bakr.
Who says this?
In the Hadith, its details are there.
Which hadith?
Bukhari.
Inside, where in Bukhari does he say this?
You want the number?
Yeah, I'm asking you if you're aware.
Yeah, 1 second. It's 7191, say Bukhari. I'll give you the link 1 second. Private chat.
No, it's fine. I have here.
Given the link.
Sorry. Just 1 second.
Take your time.
So I am, yeah, I saw your 7191. I'm going to a different if you go to if you go to, where is this? Sahih Bukhari. How do you call this? Chapter 666? Is it chapter 66? No, part 66, which is virtues of the Quran. If you go here, there are, oh sorry, I'm not showing this. There are Sahih Bukhari. Just give me 1 second. Long story short, long story short, Bukhari gives three different versions 3 different stories. Bukhari doesn't have Bukhari doesn't know who put together the first Quran. He does not know. And the
But
way
the
we know
hadith,
that,
but the narration I gave, it speaks about that clearly.
yeah, one second. If you go, maybe I need to, I'm getting too tired now. Long story short, Sahih al-Bukhari, can I please, can I please make a recommendation and we'll wrap up the LRL. I'm getting a little bit tired right now. I'm really sorry.
Okay. No problem.
Sahih al-Bukhari, I'll give you a few different references. Sahih al-Bukhari 5019. Yeah. Please note down the Sahih al-Bukhari references I'm giving you.
Yeah,
Sahih
I'm
al-Bukhari.
seeing your screen. Tell me.
No, I'm not sharing the screen that I.
Okay. Give me the reference. Okay, no problem.
Yeah. So Sahih al-Bukhari. Okay, let me maybe.
With immediately after the death of Prophet, the Quran was written in the form of book, maybe in few months, by Abu Bakr. That's what I wanted to tell you. And whatever you mentioned regarding the Christians, the same methodology have been applied, but with more precision.
Sahih. No. Sahih al-Bukhari. I'm going to read 5019, but I'm apologies.
Okay.
So
5019.
what does it say?
Yeah, 2 bindings.
Yeah, so
2 bindings,
who produced this Quran?
The hadith says, the meaning of this hadith is narrated by Aziz bin Rufai. They are asking Ibn Abbas. Ibn Abbas was the youngest companion who became old and became a prominent scholar. This event took place after maybe the Khilafah of Usman. So someone is asking, what did Prophet leave anything behind? So during that time, the Quran was already compiled in the book during the Caliphate of Abu Bakr. So he's replying, he did not leave anything except what is between the 2 bindings. Binding is the first and last page of the book, it says.
That's very convenient. Let's read this carefully. It's not talking about the time. It's talking about the person. The question asked is, did the Prophet leave anything?
Besides the Quran.
Besides the Quran, yeah. Did he leave anything besides the Quran?
He replied,
Who did the Prophet leave anything besides the Quran? He replied, he did not leave anything except what is. So who left what here?
Quran.
Who left?
Prophet.
So Muhammad left a book.
No. See, Quran, we don't call Quran as a book even today. I mean, Quran is known as speech of Allah, speech of God. So whatever verses are there, we call it speech. So even if you recite it's a speech, even if it is a book, it is speech. So
This
that,
is a book. We're talking about two bindings.
yeah, between the two bindings, the verses are written, right? So
Yes,
the
it's a
Quran is,
written book. It's a
yeah,
written book. Who
hmm.
left this written book behind?
Between the two bindings, it means he did not leave anything except what is between the two bindings. Means the verses he's talking about.
Yeah. Who left this book written behind?
You're not getting my point actually, Arul.
You're not making a point. Who left this book behind?
I'll answer again. Prophet memorized the Quran with the companions, and after his 1 year of it or within few months of his death, Abu Bakr wrote Quran in the form of book for the first time, and this Ibn Abbas, when he became old, people start asking him question. So at that time, the Quran was in the form of book. So he was narrating that the verses Prophet left the verses between these two bindings. Bindings means first cover and the last cover is known as binding of a book.
He did not say he left the verses behind. No.
No, if you
He
if you
said,
read if you read
no,
the
no,
other
I'm reading.
if you read the narrations related to this hadith, which is found in Ibn what do you say Fathul Bari, there are other narrations. It has the details.
Listen carefully. I'm not saying the point that we are dealing with is not that this lacks details. This does have details which you
Hmm.
are going against. The details that you're going against right now, which I'd like for you to focus on, is that this says, someone is asking, did the prophet leave anything besides the Quran? Did he leave anything besides the Quran? Is there anything else that he left behind?
Yeah.
To which this fellow replies, he did not, who did not? Muhammad
From
did not leave
anything
anything
except,
except what is between the two bindings.
yeah, what is bindings?
Literally, what is between the two bindings? That's literally, he left what is here. That's what he's saying.
No, no.
Literally, what
If
is
if
here.
if you have any book, just take it in your hand and show me what is binding in your book. Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
one
this is
binding.
the first. This is the first binding. This is the second binding. Yeah.
Yeah, what is
So
between the two
except,
bindings?
so this binding is not left by Muhammad. Between what is between the bindings, it is left by Muhammad. So what
Yeah,
is in
what is
between?
between the bindings?
The verses of Quran.
So tell me, what is between these two bindings?
Yeah, papers are there, but for Quran, he's talking about the verses.
You are saying, what is he
No,
saying?
so
What is
that
he saying?
the
He is
hadith I
saying what?
gave, the hadith I gave,
There's no.
hadith I gave. It says about the
It doesn't matter. That's
papers are
exactly my point.
taken.
My exact point is that the hadith you gave, which is same Sahih
Hmm,
al-Bukhari,
hmm.
he contradicts himself, because
How?
here it says this book is, Muhammad left only this book behind, which is the Quran. So Muhammad left a Quran behind. So
Arul,
according to this,
both the narration occurs different on time zones, times.
it, it doesn't matter. The point is Muhammad apparently left a Quran behind.
Quran is
A
even if I read
physical.
one verse, even if we read one verse, that is Quran.
Okay,
It's
that's
not a
fine.
book.
Sure, sure. LRL, thank you very much. But don't we're not going to talk history anymore. I'm giving up. Thank you very much. With you, I'm giving up. This is
I
unbelievable.
should have I should have recorded this statement of yours first time. Arul is giving up.
We no, I give up most of the time. We're trying to make people to think, and
Okay. Okay. Are you,
when
will you allow me to join again next time, somewhere, whenever I'm free and
you
whenever you're
can
like?
you can join. You can join as a person. You can join, but I'm with history. I'm for you with you. I've given up because the level of naivety, this level of naivety, and the level of not sticking to the details I will just say that you don't deal with history, so we can talk about other topics and so on.
Yeah.
So
But from my standpoint, you are accepting everything from Christians, the same methodology you are rejecting from Muslims.
no. This is ridiculous. If there is a Christian document that says between the two bindings, whatever is there came from somewhere, it means some particular thing to me, because that is what is that is
I'm,
what
I'm, I'm
it
I'm
is
talking
saying.
about the
So
historians you're believing.
LRL, please. History outside of Islam, outside of you particularly, works in a very um, works in a very intelligent manner.
Okay. So
In
are you
term,
going to take another caller, or you're just
I
wrapping
need
up?
to wrap up. I'm really tired. Sorry.
Yeah. Then
I
okay,
need to
then go ahead and wrap up. You're tired.
Sure. Yeah, I need to wrap up. Thank you very much for joining. But
Thanks.
think about the Sahih al-Bukhari. Just read through and see if you will ever change your mind
You
on that.
compare the narrations when you have time, which I have given.
I have my notes on this. I have compared, and I completely understand. Sahih al-Bukhari in one place says it's Muhammad who left behind the first Quran. In another place, he says Abu Bakr who put together the first Quran. In another place, he says Uthman put together the first Quran. He doesn't have a clue as to who put together the first Quran,
No,
and he himself
Usman's
admits,
story is different. It's completely different.
I'm really done. Thank you. So I
Yeah.
need to
Okay.
leave it at that. I need to leave it at that.
Thank you,
I,
and thank you, moderator, for being patient. Thank you.
yeah, brother Joe is not here now, but thank you very much for
Thank you.
joining. God's blessings to you, and hopefully
May
we'll catch
he
up later.
may he show you the correct path.
Oh, I know him personally. You're the only one who doesn't know even your Medinan 82-year-old fellow. You haven't got a clue, and you've trusted your life based on some nonsense just because you think you're
Reliability.
like. So yeah, so me, I know my God. I know my God.
Okay.
I know him personally. So, but thank you very much, LL.
Thank you. Bye.
God's blessings to you. Thank you very much. Bye. Lovely. Apologies for that. LRL, what can we do? This is the reality of what we're dealing with. So just before I wrap up, very simply for others who are watching, very simply, Sahih al-Bukhari in different places says different people had the first copy of the Quran. For example, Sahih al-Bukhari in 5019, he says that Muhammad himself left behind a Quran. He did not leave anything except what is between the two bindings. So Muhammad himself left behind a Quran. Elsewhere in the same part, is it called 66? I don't know what the name is. Sahih al-Bukhari part 66 or something. Sahih al-Bukhari says Abu Bakr put together the Quran, first Quran. There was no Quran before that. Elsewhere he says that Uthman put together the first Quran. There was no Quran before that. In other words, who put together the first Quran? None of these guys know. And so this is the reality of what we're dealing with. I'm going to now pray and commend everyone in God's hands, and we'll wrap things up there. Father, we come before your throne of grace, commend ourselves in your hands, Lord, and pray that through your Spirit you might help us, Lord, particularly though all those who join today, the non-Christians who join today, pray that through your Spirit, Lord, that all conversations people will remember, people will think about, people will follow up on, and Lord, for you to help them in their journeys, take care of them, bless them, lead them, including to Thinker. Lord, commend Thinker in your hands. I was frustrated. I do apologize, but commend him in your hands, Lord. Pray for your blessings for him. Pray for your blessings for everyone. LRL could not believe, Lord, but commend all people in your hands, Lord. Take care of all. Bless you, Lord. And Thank you for Brother Joe. Thank you. Of course, he's not he left. He had to leave earlier. Bless him. Bless Sister Esther while. Bless brothers Wisdom and Chaos and Brother Knight. Take care of the rest of the Christian family we have. Take care of the non-Christians who could not join on the stream, Lord. But were able to listen. Take care of everyone, Lord. All those Christians who watched also take care. Lord, let your name be glorified. Let these conversations be productive for everyone. Common all things in your hands, Lord. Thank you. Give us a good night's rest and take care of the rest of the week. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen. Amen. Lovely. Thank you very much, dear friends. It's a pleasure that it's a pleasure that oh, lovely. Thank you very much, everyone. God's blessings to you all. I don't have Brother Joe in the backstage, so I need to now do what needs to be done. But thank you very much for patiently staying thus far. God's blessings to you, and we shall catch up later